Ladies and gentlemen, the executives of the state, ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of the different ministerial departments, ladies and gentlemen, members of the civil society, and also representatives of the various institutions participating today, and also the experts and journalists attending with us. The Council is honored to welcome you to this set of events that have started about 2 months ago. And today's event is of great importance because it tackles a subject of paramount importance that has great impact on the national security of each country. And in this regard, the Council has started a series of events in order to tackle these subjects, and each time the Council brings together experts in the field. So it's not a study day or a symposium, it's as part of professional workshops, and it's aimed at exchanging views and thoughts in a calm way in order to pave the path for taking good decisions. So with this, we invite Mr. Rida Taher, the President of the National Economic, Social, and Environmental Council, to open this professional day, as I said. In the name of God, the Merciful, the Beneficent, and praise be to the Messenger of God, our Prophet Muhammad, peace and God's blessings be upon him. Ladies and gentlemen, the executives of the state, ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of the various ministerial cabinets, ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of the various institutions and national and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of the employers, ladies and gentlemen, the professors and researchers, ladies and gentlemen, the experts present among us, ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of the civil society, and ladies and gentlemen, the members of the media, honorable assistants. I would like to thank those attending with us for accepting our invitation to take part in the activities of this day devoted to the environmental policies that came as part of a series of events organized by the country. The climate change aggravated by the historic crisis caused by the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, has showed the weaknesses in terms of health security, environmental security, in traceability of products, and has increased the environmental risk. Consequently, the world ecosystem, through the conventions and agreements concluded by the international organisms and the conclusion of the negotiations to be held during the COP26 conference to be held in Glasgow in November 2021, will have an impact on the public policies on the long, middle, and short terms, and taking into consideration the mutations ongoing at the international and national levels. It is necessary to adopt consistent and concerted environmental policy based on new economic models supported by the human means and an advanced technology with adequate financing that comes as part of a favorable context to a socially equitable development and ecologically responsible. In this regard, the entire international and multinational financial bodies are financing more and more projects integrating the environmental global dimension. Some environmental policies have already made a total break in their conceptions. They are perceived as the accompanying accessories to the development. Not only that, but also the fundamental metrics of all development strategies. And this has created a dynamic of environmental policies which give impetus to actions ongoing in terms of integrated management of water resources, biological agriculture, aquaculture, and sustainable fishing, tourism, alternative tourism, and maritime transport. Ladies and gentlemen, we are today in a time described as crucial for the future of our country. Already the scientists are speaking about a tipping point or critical point for some ecosystems, meaning that the ecosystems have reached a state of deterioration, no more offering the possibility of return to its normal state of functioning. We have noticed that the enormous efforts that we need to deploy in order to reach the life in harmony with nature needs to be more important, and it is useful to recall that in order to remedy to this environmental reality, the commitment of all is necessary, and the environmental dialogue aimed at our meeting, which is the objective of our meeting, through the experience exchange and the transfer of know-how and the intersectoral responsibility, need to orient the debate towards coordinated and concerted environmental policy. Algeria has adopted the environmental policies having a multitude of themes, including biodiversity, climate, the littoral, the coastline, and the marine life, the desertification, the modes of production and consumption that are clean, the integrated management of waste. Since already several years, I would like to recall that now the gains obtained thanks to the development on the economic and social plans have reduced the sustainable exploitation of natural resources and the protection of ecosystem services. We are trying to safeguard the resources that we have and to work in order to bring together all the parties at issue of the environmental dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope to recall that the sustainable development cannot be a policy that ignores the natural resources. Today, it is established that one of the main causes of degradation, deterioration of biodiversity, are knowing the values that it enshrines, not knowing what's happening as difficulties to lead to an integrated environmental policy and start a monetary assessment that would allow to show the great benefits that would lead to conservation and management that is sustainable for biodiversity. I would like to say also between brackets that the council, as part of a cabinet policy, there's an entire set of instruments when speaking of the tools on a second level, we need to keep in mind that we are working in order to achieve a strategy for 2050. So today, the administration, unfortunately, is working just on a daily basis without foresight. We have financial means, we have human means, we have a strong and big country that is rich with its resources. So people need to get out of the daily routine of the administration. When we'll have the General Assembly to be held soon, and you'll see that the Council, with its strong force of proposition, I hope we'll see something else. We need to change things. We cannot continue in this status quo, in this unstable balance. People need to be conscious. So I think that we cannot in any way continue in this way. We need to think about an economic model that is suitable for climate. So environmental need to be central in our strategy. It could no more continue as an accessory element. So the entire world is working in this regard, and we are trying to develop this economic model. A big Algerian model that includes the climate, the social aspects as well. So the last model is a model of simulation, economic, social, and environmental. We cannot continue applying a savage capitalism model. We are in a model of prosperity, how to reach a growth rate that is acceptable. Some very important countries in the world, powerful countries, have a 1% growth rate. Since independence until today, there is a generational issue. I talked about that issue of generations. We need to invest while keeping in mind the interests of future generations. So these strategies, these policies need to be profitable. So there are questions related to exploitation, to technology, to modernization. There are questions related to future generations. I take petroleum, gas, mines, agriculture, tourism, all of these topics have a direct relation with the environment. I don't agree when people say that people speak about intersectoriality. I think we need a global approach. So people need to leave the form, the old thinking. People need to think of the future of their children. We cannot continue this way. There's a lot of efforts to do. There are models to put in place. There are techniques to implement. There are human resources to use. When everyone thinks about his own sector, we cannot work together efficiently.
So the issue of world economy is based on this. So Algeria cannot live isolated from the whole world. So we should change our model. We cannot do this. We are living in a region that is very rich with different natural sources. We are living in Africa. So what about these advantages? Do we use these advantages in a rational manner? So we should open up on dialogue. We should get rid of monologues and the bureaucracy. So we should listen to others. We should take into consideration the tips and the pieces of advices. So, and you will see the results. The results will prove our words and our work. So you will see in the future the cost of a new battery and everything that we are talking about, the new technologies and their advantages. So we will see all these things in the future. The country should be very dynamic. So we should work so hard. So we are facing the realities, the current realities, and we should do something. We should work very hard, and we should devote ourselves. So in other countries of the world, such as in Britain, Great Britain, or in the Western world, they said that the planet is over. They said this because of their natural resources. They don't have natural resources, but we have many natural resources. We are full, a country full of natural resources, so we should use them. We should use this advantage, and this is the aim that seeks this kind of meetings and seminars. It's to open up the debate and to open up the dialogue. So we should listen to the economic operators. This is the instructions given by His Excellency the President of the Republic. So we should listen to their concerns. There should be dialogue between us and the economic operators. So these are serious meetings, and inside the CNES we are currently developing tools in order to boost our work. So, and only few entities in the world are doing this. So we don't have 1,000 institutions, only 2 or 3 institutions that are doing this work, and they gather the world around the work that they are doing. So we should focus on this. We should focus on this kind of work. People should work, and they should work collaboratively. No one can do everything alone. We have seen who were pretending that they know everything. We have seen the results of their work. So we should work collaboratively. So we should consult with the experts, and everyone should contribute to building this new model. This is the aim of this kind of meetings and seminars. So I continue. So it's high time to work so hard in order to change the rules of the economy. Do you know people what are thinking now? So now they are thinking about the raw materials. So people now are measuring the composition of the work around the bottle. Do we have more carbon or more work? So now they think about employment and employability. So they are not talking anymore about carbon. So this doesn't mean that we will get rid of oil. Oil will continue to exist until 2050 or 2040, but we should innovate, we should use new technologies. So initial measure is that we should employ people, and this is what the President of the Republic is defending and urging us to do it, is to employ people, so to focus on the employability of youth. This is very important. Do you think that we know better than the world economists, the most prominent world economists working on these kind of projects? So Kineso is here to provide the technical evolution and the scientific state of art. So this is the main issue in Algeria. Everyone is pretending that he knows everything. So what do you know? So we should work collaboratively. So, do you have researchers who are familiar or keep speed with what is happening in the scientific reviews and the international centers of research? So we should work, we should read. Algeria is a robust country, it's a great country. Algeria, in this phase, post-COVID phase, all industries are witnessing a rebirth. So we should provide a suitable and appropriate climate and environment for business, and we are working on this. This is our philosophy. So demagogy is over in the world. Now we should focus on concrete things, on tangible things. So we have great projects such as the Trans-Saharan Road, we have ports, we have airports, so we can use the advantage of these infrastructures in order to connect with Africa, with the Arab world, with the Atlantic. So we should try to avoid the consequences generated from the actions of others. So I close the brackets here. So here I said the environmental policies should identify their objectives at the short and long terms. So the climate, environment, and biodiversity should be reviewed each year. And in CNESU, we will compel all ministerial departments to do a yearly assessment of the environmental aspect. Ladies and gentlemen, we should use the different means and the different ways of funding in order to make progress in this field. Thanks to tools such as indicators and data and soon you will see our dashboard for all national activities related to the Algerian economy and Algerian society. So we are currently filling this dashboard, and you will see it in the future. So you know that data is our great weakness. Even in the ministerial departments, we don't have data, credible data and authentic data. So we should collect data, and we should focus on data. This is something very important. This is something of paramount importance. We are suffering. We are doing field inquiries. So we need exhaustive and comprehensive data. We should provide the systems of data collections, data interpretation, everything. This is the work of administration. This is the modern administration. So we need to benefit from the coordination between different players at different levels, as well as the participation of the authorities. So we should participate actively, and so you know that the environmental policy will become a global policy, and we should prepare ourselves. You know that today or tomorrow, if you want to open a cement plant, so you need a whole process, and we are preparing for this. Don't worry. So we will continue our work, and ladies and gentlemen, we are aspiring for strong dialogue through this seminar that was supported by the international experts who agreed to support us and to share with us their thoughts and their knowledge. So we welcome all the recommendations, all thoughts. This seminar will be an opportunity for all CSOs, for all specialized national and international experts, as well as the local authorities. It will be an opportunity, as I said, in order to share experiences, thoughts, and views. Your thoughts, your views, your priorities are very important. They are of paramount importance, and we need to listen to you, and we need to rely on your experiences, on your expertise. We should benefit from your views and your ideas, and we should cooperate. We should collaborate together, and we can reach consensus in order to come up with solutions to work with them. So this meeting will come up with recommendations, and we will submit these recommendations to the Prime Minister and the President of the Republic. Thank you very much for all participants. I officially open up this meeting. Thank you very much for your participation and for accepting our invitation once again. Thank you.
أشكر البروفيسور ذاتي رئيس المجلس الوطني الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والبيئي على هذه الكلمة. وبعد
I thank the President of the Social, Economic and Environmental National Council. Afterwards, I will call Mrs. Samira Hamidi, who is in charge of studies at the CNES, the National Council, Economic, Social, and Environmental Council, who will talk about the environmental policy in Algeria, the current state. Please take the floor. The floor is yours. Mr. the President, ladies and gentlemen, hello. Mr. the President, ladies and gentlemen, as an introductory communication, I will present a brief overview of the current Algerian environmental policy. My communication will deal with a small recall in a historic of a view of the environmental policies and how it developed. So we started setting up an environmental policy through the law 83. So through the law 3803, this law was aimed at restructuring the natural resources in order to fight and prevent all kinds of pollutions. These principles, which have already been regulated in 83, needed to take into consideration the environment protection, which is really very important for the social and economic development. The protection of environment is of paramount importance as part of the management, the national territories management. It was very important to maintain this natural balance. It was really a very important phase for the environmental policy. So this approach that started in 83 was very important for the environment policy, and it laid down the foundation for the environmental policy in Algeria. That came in coherence with the Algerian values, and it had in mind the national environmental plan, and it adopted a cleaner environment or energy sources. And it called for systematically including these approaches. In 83, the issue environment was discussed. The National Agency for the Protection of Environment was created and then evolved into Secretary General of Environment. And then through the various cabinets, there were bodies included that were in charge of environment protection. So a lot of environmental investment was conducted through various programs, and it was translated through the setting up of various programs that avoid environmental degradation or deterioration, with the aim of reinforcing the environmental protection. So the effort of the state was translated into legal text, introduced notably in 2003, that there were provisions that notably called for citizens to have a clean environment. In 2020, another provision called for integrating the environmental dimension to the National Economic and Social Council. So the environmental dimension was integrated into the National Economic and Social Council, which became the Environmental, Social and Economic Council. So in all the spheres and areas of life of the citizen, this environmental policy was introduced. So the Minister of Environment has set up the policies in the environment field within the limits of his competency, within his powers. So we had to start a process. Every policy starts with a state of the situation. So the RNE led to a national strategy, which set up a national strategy that gave a regulatory framework for investment and for the economic tools to be used. So the ministry in charge of environment was in charge of implementing this strategy in coordination with the partners of this program. So the first big project that was conducted was the national scheme of town planning that was regulated as part of a law. And we introduced the notion of tackling the environmental field and taking care of sustainability. So there were territorial plans. So we have the guidelines notably aiming to have a sustainable town planning. So needed to fight against trying to rebalance the town planning. We have also the National Plan for Consumption and Sustainable Development, the National Strategy for Biodiversity, the National Plan for Climate, the National Strategy for Wetlands, the National Strategy for Desertification, National Strategy for Coasts. I won't name all the strategies because there were many actions conducted in collaboration with all the sectors, the other cabinets, notably the Ministry of Environment. So we work on implementing these strategies with intersectorial collaborations. So the actions undertaken by the state with the support of the various partners are geared with the aim of safeguarding the environment and good management of waste, notably. So we have 17 Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations in order to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. So the donors' aid was very important. So the reports that Algeria has adopted showed that a lot of investment was conducted in order to set up a legislative and regulatory framework in order to face up to climate change by setting up the structures needed. So it is necessary to accompany these policies with tools and mechanisms. So there were legal texts that were adopted, and it is as part of this reform process in our country. So there were a lot of provisions that were introduced, notably in favor of democracy and sharing responsibility. Many laws were adopted, including concerning the protection of the coasts, on renewable energies, biological resources, and so on. So you have the aspect related to sustainability that was of paramount importance. So in order to support any strategy in funding, many efforts were undertaken, supported by many international organizations, including the United Nations, the UNDP, and GIZ, in this regard. So concerning the institutional framework, there were many bodies that were put in place or set up in order to help implement this policy in Algeria, notably the National Observatory of Environment, the Center of Biodiversity, the conservation of environment. So many themes were tackled by Algeria through the creation of these institutions. So we had also another tool, the development of economic instruments. Many reforms were adopted, taxes were applied on the principle of polluter payer. So the principle was that the polluter needed to pay so that he doesn't pollute anymore. So you're paying in order to stop polluting. That's the idea. Concerning the environmental protection, there were many assessment studies in order to avoid explosion risks. So there were notably studies on the dangers and risks. We also set up systems of auto control and auto monitoring in order to respect the standards in terms of CO2 emissions, carbon dioxide emissions, and making sure that the current regulation is implemented. And there are inspectors of environment that make sure that the regulation is applied and implemented and that the law is respected. There are inspection visits that are conducted, and those who do not respect the law and regulations receive warnings. So we have 5 axes in our strategy: improve the life, climate change, fighting climate change, and leading to change. So we have this circular economy that is encouraged, and
the protection of green spaces and the improvements of the quality of air. So as to the point regarding the pollution, so the Algerian state has scheduled many activities related to the pollution, such as the industry of oil, and the chemistry. As to the petrochemistry industry, so we have done many things. So we have undertaken many actions in order to avoid any form of pollution, namely for the industries of agro food, and we have seen the birth of new units for recycling batteries and oils and many other things as to the protection of the national patrimony. So we have protected and restored all these ecosystems, and we have developed all the key fields for biodiversity in Algeria. So these are some actions and great projects that we have launched in order to preserve our environment. So we have also protected the coast through protecting our coasts and our lakes. So Algeria has ratified the Paris Agreement in October 2016. So Algeria has committed in order to reduce the emission of
carbon dioxide.
Of carbon gas, and so we have also undertaken many challenges in order to take many institutional measures and to align our legal texts. So Algeria has done many things when it comes to the concerns regarding the climate change, as to the protection of the ozone. So Algeria has ratified all the documents related to this matter. So we have stopped and put an end to all exports and imports of materials that are likely to degrade the ozone. So we have done many things. As to the environmental policies, this is an important axis, an axis of paramount importance. So we have ratified many documents and we have undertaken many actions, especially with the Ministry of Education and all sectors regarding schools. So because, students and pupils are the future citizens of Algeria. So today we have new fields and new outlets. We have MAs on environment in universities now, so many training sessions, as well as the involvement of members of the media, so coordination with all sectors regarding this policy and the implementation of this policy. So building the capacities of all players and regarding the environment. So all these things and that we have mentioned come as parts of the environmental policy in Algeria. So today, with the transformations that we are witnessing at the global arena, so to compel us to update and to upgrade our policies, it is evident that the environmental policy has a cost and on the future, and we have to align ourselves. So we have to protect our environment. So there is no sustainable development without the rational use of our resources. The environmental policies are not just ornaments for development. They are the bedrock of all development and all sustainable development. So we should involve and engage citizens in this process. And on this, I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your kind. Thank you, Ms. Hamidi, for this intervention. So thank you very much.
Expliquer les difficultés qu'ils peuvent avoir, etc. Ici, à nouveau, toujours insister avec les entrepreneurs qu'idéalement, ils devraient contraster ces informations avec des potentialisations, essayer de comprendre à ce stade des besoins des clients, quels sont leurs besoins et leur pensée. Après, on va définir des points des contacts et des canaux. C'est-à-dire quels vont être les moyens de contact qu'on va avoir avec les clients à ce stade. Par exemple,
intervention. So now we break for 10 minutes in order to allow the President of the Council to have an interview with the members of the media. So please come back after 10 minutes because the professors and the researchers that are waiting for us on the internet, we should not delay them. Please, please, please come back after 10 minutes here. Thank you very much and see you soon. Thank you.
of this workshop, in which experts from various countries will take part, from France, from Canada, from Greece, from Switzerland and Italy, and also from Denmark, and from international organizations. So I hope that this day will be rich and fruitful. Before leaving the floor, I call Mahjouja, the expert and former director in planification, to moderate this session, and he will be also with a young moderator who will be presenting in English. So the floor is yours, Mr. Mahjouja. In the name of God, the merciful, the beneficent, thank you. Thank you. I used to be an expert in planification and town planning, and I was also a governor in the provinces of Tbilisi and Stif, and I was also a director of the Office of Planification Town Planning. So I have an experience in the field of environmental policies. Allow me to speak of my role as moderator. The mission of the moderator is to manage the room and also give the floor to the various panelists. So there are rules to apply. So we need to be disciplined and to apply the time allocated to each intervention. So everything will be conducted via video conference. So we want to have an interaction between the panelists and the participants in the room. So I asked the moderator to collect one question or two so that the speaker could answer these questions. So we have 6 speakers in the morning and 4 speakers in the afternoon. These are prominent speakers who are really aware of the environmental policies, who will be able to share with us their experiences. So the idea is to consolidate and strengthen what was undertaken and set up a new generation in public policies that would be interested in the major challenges, post-pandemic challenges, that would lead to changes at the level of the individual and other levels, including changing the consumption habits. So, and now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Tayyib. The floor is yours. In the name of God.
Social and Environmental, most importantly, Council, Professor Ridatir, Excellencies, our keynote speakers, whether the ones joining here physically or the ones tuning in via video conferencing, dear participants and everybody who's watching this via our streaming services, via our social media platform, مرحبا بكم. Welcome to this 8th seminar that is taking the topic of environment. When preparing for this topic, I read an important quote. A wise man once said that God forgives everyone. Man forgives someone. But nature, the planet, and environment forgives no one. And I guess it's safe to assume that we've angered the environment enough, we've damaged the planet enough, And a quick investigation would tell us that this damage is certainly rooted in our greed, in our ignorance, but most importantly, in our negligence. To avoid all of that, hopefully today we lined up an interesting team of international experts to talk to you about different aspects. We're going to touch on different topics. We're going to talk about how to tackle natural resources exploitation, to follow up on the comments of the president of the Knesset in terms of exploiting natural resources moderately. We're going to talk about how to harmonize international policies to assume sustainable development and sustainable connectivity between nations, and more importantly, between generations. And I think what a beautiful example that I have the honor to be moderating this with Mr. Ben Hajouja, and to learn from his experience, long experience dealing with environmental policies. I'm not going to take too much of your time. A quick recap on a little bit of the house rules. We're going to have 6 speakers in the morning, 4 in the afternoon. Each speaker will have the floor for 20 minutes, and then I'm going to open up the floor for you for 10 for questions and comments and any concerns. You got to remember that this is not a lecture, as the president mentioned. This is certainly a debate. This is a discussion that we all should be open to have today and every other day. So without further ado, for some technical issues, our first speaker, Mr. Pierre, could not tune in, but we're going to have him in a little while. So we're going to start with Mr. Pierre Boileau, who is the head of the UN Global Environment Outlook Program, and is also the head of the International Energy Agency's non-numbers energy statistics, and he worked before for the Canadian Standardized Association. He's going to talk to us about the future of the world's environment, the GEO6. Mr. Boileau, you have the floor for 20 minutes. Go ahead.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
J'aimerais vous
I would like to
montrer mon écran.
share with you my screen.
Bon. Est-ce que vous m'entendez bien?
Do you hear me well?
Oui, merci. Alors, je vais vous présenter les
So I will
conclusions
present
du
the
6e
conclusions of
avenir de l'environnement
the
mondial.
future of the world environment.
La publication a été publiée au mois de mars
The
2019.
release was published in March 2019.
Et je vais vous discuter un peu de les conclusions
I
par
will
rapport
discuss the conclusions
aux politiques environnementales.
relating to the environmental policies.
Premièrement, je
First of
dois
all,
reconnaître tous les partenaires qui nous ont
I
permis
need
de
thank all the partners that enabled us to publish this report.
Il y a plusieurs gouvernements
First of
qui nous ont
all,
aidés,
many governments have helped us, including the European Union, the government of Italy, Norway,
la Chine
China,
et le Thaïlande,
and Thailand, who have helped us a lot in introducing this report. And we have many partners on the technical aspect of producing this report, including
centres GRID qui sont
the Grid Center,
le programme des Nations Unies sur l'environnement,
who are related to the UN Development Plan and the conservation as well.
l'université à Berlin qui nous a
The university in Berlin,
analyse
which
sur les
has
politiques
helped
environnementales.
us a lot for the analysis of the environmental policies.
De partenaires
We
et
have
d'experts
included
dans ce processus.
many partners
Entre 146 auteurs,
and
78
experiences
membres
in
d'organismes
this work.
Nous avons
We have participated or submitted the report to many assessments and technical reviews, including more than 300 UN assessors who have commented and reviewed the report. We had 5 exam periods, including 2 assessments, intergovernmental assessments, and we have taken part in a review of a summary for decision makers in 2019 for 75 countries. And many countries have participated in this review summary for decision makers. So we have heard a lot about statistics of political environments in Algeria, and I would like to present you my data for the environment in the entire world. We have 9 to 10. We'll have 9 to 10 billion people in 2050. In the poorer countries, we'll have younger people, and we'll have a tendency towards urbanization. By 2050, we'll have an economic development. So we have a lot of social and economic objectives in order to reach the 2050 objectives. Of course, we'll have technological change in the field of agricultural production, and we'll necessarily have a growth or increase of climate change that will lead to an increase of meteorological phenomena. We have assessed the environmental situation in 5 fields, including the biodiversity, the oceans, the soil or land, and we have noticed that we had 7 to 10 early deaths related to greenhouse gases and the ozone, which is affected, where we have many dangerous pollutants in the atmosphere that are causing harm. We have climatic pollutants that are also causing climate change. We have also a planet that is in crisis. So in the history of the Earth, 70% of the population, the poorest of the Earth,
nous avons vu un déclin d'espèces d'environ 60% entre 1970 et 2014. Et les écosystèmes,
70% of the species are endangered, with we've noticed also an increase of productivity. We have an over-exploitation of stocks. We have genetic diversification of our
Pour les
ecosystem.
océans et les côtes, on a certainement un
We have
problème avec les récifs coralliens qui, eux, sont affectés
also
par
coral
les changements
reefs
climatiques et aussi par
that are also
l'acidification
impacted
des
by
océans.
climate change and by the change of the level of oceans.
Les pêches et les aquacultures, eux,
The
ils sont affectés par
livestock and aquaculture are also impacted by
l'océan.
the climate
C'est
change.
clair que les océans produisent environ
It's quite clear that the
20%
oceans are producing about 20% of
des personnes
food
les pauvres sur la Terre.
for the
Mais
poorest
on a
people on Earth,
durables,
that we have
peuvent
examples
donner des exemples de comment
that could
les océans en bon état.
show us how to keep our oceans in a good state.
Les plastiques marins ou les plastiques qui se retrouvent
For
dans les océans
instance,
à
the
cause de notre
plastics
consommation sur la Terre.
that we find in oceans due to our consumption.
8 millions de tonnes de plastique pénètrent
For instance, we have 9 million tons of plastic that are in our oceans every year. So we try to
plusieurs statistiques
tackle
disent
this. So we have many statistics that say that we have
pour la production alimentaire
50%
et environ 50% de
that is for
de
of
la
growth
production alimentaire
for
nécessaire pour être capable de
food
fournir
production.
l'alimentation pour les 10 milliards d'habitants qui seront sur
For the
la
10 million inhabitants that
problème
will
culture de
exist in our planet by 2050
une dégradation de l'environnement
will need to produce
pour cette nutrition.
and have a bigger growth.
Nous avons
And the species will be endangered, so we are using some 70% of the agricultural lands, and we are wasting about 1/3 of the food that is produced every year. And our forests also are decreasing by 6 hectares per year, and we have a forest growth of 3.2 million hectares per year. So we have really a big loss of forests every year.
Pour l'eau douce ou l'eau potable, on voit que
concerning drinking water,
1,4 million de personnes
some 1.4 million people die every year because of pollution of drinking water. And we have the issue of resistance to antibiotics. And it is also related to the excessive use of antibiotics in our food and in water. We use about 70% of all drinking water in our exploitation. We have also problems that we need to note, transversal problems. Some 9 million of early deaths are related to environmental issues. So we find a lot of environmental catastrophes like droughts and natural catastrophes that cause a lot of financial loss and damage every year. We have 1.2 million people that don't have access to power or electricity. We have an increase of chemical products that are used. About 5,000 chemical products are used.
eux, ils causent des problèmes environnementaux aussi.
causing environmental problems.
Entre 7 à 10 milliards de tonnes
Between 7 and 10 million tons of waste is produced every year,
plus d'éducation
but we have
et développement durable dans nos écoles.
more education on sustainable development in our schools. We have also an important increase of environmental data that allow us to make a more precise assessment.
Ces données d'environnement
And this data is more precise and more usable. And we are capable of collecting this data. Concerning the issues of environmental policies, we've found in this release that the environmental policies could not address the environmental problems because there were additional environmental problems that were increasing quicker than the policies. And the integration of environmental policies would be able to address these problems. And the conclusions show that we need to have systematic approach in order to transform the systems like the energy systems or the food systems in this regard. For the future, let's note that the development goals that were accepted in 2015 have a negative tendency for environment because these objectives want to be achieved, and we have an additional deterioration in all environmental fields, with the exception of air quality in urban zones. So we have a lot of work to do in order to achieve the transformation needed in order to achieve these development goals. In the report, also it is said that the energy demand is about to increase by 2050 by 25%, and we need to decarbonize by 85% by 2050. So we have two trends going in two different directions. Concerning the food systems, we need to have 50% of agricultural production, and we need to increase the food production in order to reach our development goals and our diversity goals as well. To achieve these goals, we need in the energy field to reduce the growth of this demand, this energy demand, in order to decarbonize. In the food field, we need to decrease the waste and change our food habits, reduce our consumption of proteins, and maybe use plant-based protein sources. Also, we need to use participative approaches in order to reach our objectives. We cannot do this alone. We need to work together, hand in hand, in order to achieve the development goals. We made a study on the ideas and projects that were developed in the various fields, in the energy and food fields. It's quite clear that we need to increase their impact, so we need to work together in order to reach to work together in this regard. So we need to set up a transformational policy, and these policies are integrated. We'll work on the various systems like the energy transformation, and also the circular economy, if we want to achieve this objective of protecting the environment. Now I'll give the floor to the moderator, and I'll answer the questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
For questions and comments. I gotta apologize for the technical difficulties. Mr. Boileau, can you hear us for the questions?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. So the way it goes, if you have a question, raise your hand and you'll present yourself. And you have 30 seconds, please, to answer the question or to inject the comment. The floor is yours.
Merci.
Thank you. Mr. Boileau, do you hear me?
Oui, je vous entends. Merci.
Yes, I can hear you. I would like to thank you for your presentation, your intervention. That was very beneficial regarding your knowledge from the EU and DP. I also followed your presentation about the future of the world environment. My question is, how do you appreciate, what do you think about the environmental policy in Algeria? And what do you advocate for the future, as you have a global view of the environmental policies to the international level and the African level as well? Thank you.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you.
La discussion ce matin
I followed the discussion this morning on the Algerian policies. I think that the plans are well set up and the laws are in place, but what's important is to well consider how the energy systems will transform by 2050 in order to focus on renewable energies, and how the food systems could change towards a production that would be more eco-friendly. These are my only recommendations for Algeria. Another question for Mr. Boileau.
Questions? All right. Then, Mr. Boileau, we thank you very much for your time, and we really appreciate that you dedicated the time and the energy to share your very interesting insights on the topic. If you want to hang out with us for the rest of the presentation, you're welcome. Otherwise, we would understand that you might have a busy schedule. So now we move to our second speaker, Mr. David Maradan, who's the director of ECOSYS in Switzerland. And he was in charge of research at the Higher School of Management in Geneva, and he holds a PhD in political economy from the University of Geneva. Today, he will be talking to us about or sharing an economic analysis in service of sustainable development. We're going to talk about a little bit of forecasting about the future, 20 years of cost estimation of environmental damages in Algeria. Mr. David Maradan, you have the floor for 20 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes. Wait a second. Did you share the screen? Okay.
Yes.
We don't see it yet.
So I can try it again.
Yeah, please. Otherwise, we can share your presentation and follow up. Whenever you tell us to pass the slide, we'll do that.
Yes, that might be a good thing to do.
I'll just give us 1 second.
Yes. I sent my last presentation a few minutes ago.
Just to facilitate the coordination between your speech and the slides in here, whenever you're passing to a next slide, please tell us next.
Okay, great.
In the meantime, we should keep trying sharing the screen. I've been told by the technical team that they still cannot find the presentation. We do apologize deeply for that.
Yeah, I can try to share it again.
Please.
So here.
All right. There you go. It's perfect. Can you pass the slides to see if it's working? Can you go to the next and come back?
Here.
Go to the next slide.
Here.
Perfect. You have the floor for 20 minutes. We apologize for technical issues.
Yes, sorry for that. I will just switch off your sound so I do have mine. Okay. Sorry for that. Okay. Bonjour à tous. Merci de m'accueillir.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for your invitation for this presentation on the experiences in Algeria of the assessment, economic assessment of the environmental damages. So Algeria is a pioneering country in this development and in this type of analysis.
Alors, si on remonte dans le temps, si on remonte
so if we came back in time, when we were working on the first national action plan for sustainable environment, in this document there is a section dedicated for an economic estimation of the environmental damages in Algeria, and the main experts in charge of these studies has developed a methodology in order to estimate all these damages, environmental damages, in collaboration with the World Bank namely with the Professor Sheriff Larsen and another professor. So the aim of this section is to suggest an estimation for the environmental impacts, and the idea behind these figures is to show the necessity to act quickly and to indicate on these bases the priorities for the environmental policies in
Recording is on.
that are dedicated for these
Recording is on.
that was conducted in 2011, 2012. So you see here on my screen that it's 2009. It's not true. So we have also many incorporations of these analyses in different sectors. So the idea behind this presentation today is to give you an overview about the method in order to calculate the economic damages and to give you the main results that we have come up with. So when we talk about the estimation for the costs of the environmental damage.
Ces pertes de bien-être viennent en différentes dimensions, bien sûr. Ça peut être dû à des morts prématurées. Lorsque la qualité de l'environnement est tellement péjorée qu'on a des individus qui meurent prématurément, on perd leur capacité de travail, on perd leurs compétences, ce qui veut dire qu'on a des impacts sur la productivité économique. Lorsque le capital naturel est dégradé, on a aussi des pertes de productivité directes, comme des sols érodés qui ont une productivité agricole moindre. On a aussi des pertes de bien-être, par exemple, qu'une plage, qu'une forêt ou qu'une étendue naturelle est dégradée, on peut avoir des pertes de revenus du côté du tourisme, mais aussi des pertes de bien-être. On va parler de pertes d'aménité pour les individus qui avaient l'habitude de profiter de tels endroits. Une estimation des coûts des dommages environnementaux vise à mettre une valeur monétaire sur ces impacts et à relier ces impacts dans différentes dimensions. Ça peut être, par exemple, un rapport au produit intérieur brut. Peut-être en termes communicationnels, lorsqu'on calcule ces coûts des dommages environnementaux, on parle souvent du coût de l'inaction. C'est-à-dire que ces dommages environnementaux sont des impacts négatifs sur le fonctionnement d'une société et d'une économie, et ils représentent ce qui est perdu dès lors que rien n'est entrepris pour limiter les dommages environnementaux. Est-ce que vous m'entendez toujours? Je n'ai plus de retour de votre côté.
From you. Side.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez toujours? C'est bien.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Hello, hello, do you hear us? Do you hear us, says the moderator?
David, we can.
Do you hear me? Est-ce que vous m'entendez toujours?
Do you hear me? Do you hear me? You can carry on. We hear you very well.
Okay, great. Sorry, the sound stopped on my side, so I was not sure you were still hearing me. So, okay, I continue. Donc, l'estimation réalisée en Algérie,
So the estimation made in Algeria,
permis, c'est la dernière que l'on a réalisée, elle portait sur l'année 2015.
the last one that we have did, it was in 2015. It allowed us to come up with a figure for the damages, the environmental damages. It represents 7% of the BEB, and you see in the graphic all
la pollution et de l'utilisation
the fields, so you can see everything, such as the field of waste, the field of air. So these results are specific for each type of damages, with a domain for precision. In constant increase during the review of all these studies.
Alors, je reviens sur les résultats
So I
précédents.
come back to the results. So if we talk about the last results that we got, we talk about the data of 2017. It's based on the study that we did in 2015. As I said, the environmental damages represent about 7% of the GDP.
Présentait des dommages environnementaux en Algérie qui atteignaient 4,3% du
And in 2011, it was only 4.3%.
On pourrait avoir différents constats. On pourrait dire, voilà, on a une diminution des dommages environnementaux en Algérie relativement au produit intérieur brut en 2002 et 2011, ce qui dénoterait un découplage.
We can see an increase of environmental damages in Algeria, so between 2002 and 2011. So,
toutefois, en montant absolu, le produit intérieur brut a très fortement augmenté en Algérie.
The GDP has increased incredibly in this decade in Algeria, and the environmental damages themselves have increased as well. So you see the red line, so we are talking here about the years from
2017, nous avons grandement modifié le protocole de calcul et étendu la couverture des dommages environnementaux qui étaient pris en considération.
Model for calculation.
Donc c'est clair que lorsqu'on a un maillage plus fin, lorsqu'on couvre plus les domaines environnementaux,
evidence than when we cover different fields, and when we cover many things, it's logical that there will be an increase in the environmental damages. So in 2017, so we have calculated another thing, and in the future we can use this same protocol in order to compare between data.
Une nouveauté de cette dernière estimation qui a été importante était celle d'avoir une
new
indication des marges
estimation is
la plupart des estimations faites sur les
about
des
the
dommages environnementaux
mistakes and the percentage of
nécessitent
mistakes.
beaucoup de données.
So
souvent des données
these
secondaires
studies
également
require
sur lesquelles
many
il est très
data,
difficile d'avoir
and it's very difficult
des potentielles marges d'erreur.
to have an idea about the percentage of mistakes, and the protocol used in 2015 has tackled all these concerns. So we looked for the maximal values and the minimal values, and for the first time we have given the margin for error or the margin for mistake. So you can see this. It's very interesting.
Et puis d'en constater qu'elle est relativement importante. 27% est une marge d'erreur.
If you look at this margin, it's very big. It's 27%, and these environmental damages are between 5% and 9%. Here we talk about the level of certainty of these results. So we have to remind you that when it comes to decision making, so it's very important to pay attention to the reliability of the figures. So we have to compel experts to tell us about the margin of error or the margin of mistakes. And rarely when I hear some institutions or assemblies saying what is the margin of error.
Alors, comme je vous l'ai dit au début,
so, as I said in the beginning, there are international comparisons that are possible, and initially the program that was launched in Algeria, it was launched in other countries in the same region, and the same protocol that was conducted here in Algeria for part of the damages covered by the World Bank. So we have data that we can compare with other countries, for instance, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco, Tunisia. So as I know, a new estimation was suggested for Morocco. So Morocco is the only country that reviewed the protocol established by the World Bank for the study that was published in 2012. So Morocco, the only country that published the results with an inferior margin in 2015. So I'm going to quote from the report of the World Bank that mentions the work done in Algeria. So these work on the environmental damages show the importance of this field. So with the engagement of the different ministers, the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Finance, so these studies and this work has allowed us to review the priorities and to set up a program with a big budget in Algeria. So this was mentioned in this report and in other reports, namely the UN reports on the power to convince behind these economic figures.
Dans l'étude initiale qui a été réalisée
so in the initial study that was conducted in Algeria, the Professor Keller with other experts from GIZ
ont décidé d'aller une étape plus loin. C'est-à-dire qu'au lieu de calculer
have decided to go further and to calculate the costs of remedy.
les dépenses qu'il faudrait
So
consacrer
the expenditure that we have to
afin
dedicate
d'éviter
in
de
order to
réduire de manière
avoid or
très
to
conséquente
reduce
ces
in
problèmes
a
environnementaux.
consequent manner all these
Et
problems.
que ça soit des coûts supportés directement par le
So
secteur
being
public, par exemple construire des
costs that
infrastructures
will
telles
be
des stations
afforded by
d'épuration,
the
mais également les
public
coûts
sector or
que
the
certaines
costs
règles ou réglementations environnementales induiraient pour le secteur privé.
for the private sector, whereby
Ce coût de
some
remédiation, à nouveau
regulations
en termes
and
coût
rules as well
communicationnels,
as laws.
est décrit comme étant le coût de l'action, le coût
So,
des mesures à entreprendre
so
afin
these
de
are the
réduire
costs of
les dommages
actions,
environnementaux.
the costs that we have to spend in order to reduce
Alors,
the
ces coûts ont été
environmental
calculés pour
damages.
l'Algérie, tant dans
So
l'étude
these
de
costs have
1999,
been
la première étude réalisée, que
calculated in
la
the
seconde
first
étude réalisée. Vous voyez, ces coûts
study in
de remédiation, ce coût de
Algeria. So
l'action
these are
environnementale
the costs of remedy, as I
représenterait
said, and they
entre 2,2
represent
en 2011
between
et
2.2 in
2,8% du produit intérieur
2011
brut
and
algérien. Connaître à la fois le coût des
2.8%
dommages environnementaux et
from
le coût de la remédiation,
the
c'est
GDP
intéressant
of
parce que ça nous
Algeria.
permet
It's very important to calculate these
de
things.
déterminer
It
si dans
allows us
certains
to
domaines environnementaux,
identify in
une
some
action environnementale
environmental fields and
est plus
domains
efficiente. Vous êtes
more
d'accord que si des
efficient
actions de
environmental
remédiation sont
action.
entreprises,
So
elles
it's
vont
very
permettre
important
d'éliminer les dommages
when we
environnementaux.
take all
Et
these
si ces
actions
dommages environnementaux sont éliminés, cette
to reduce
réduction
these
des dommages environnementaux représente
environmental
un gain,
damages, and because
un
this
bénéfice
will
pour la collectivité
represent a gain and a
Sur cette base, on
benefit
peut construire
for the
un
Algerian
rapport,
collectivity. And
c'est-à-dire
on this
le
basis, we
montant qu'il
can
faut investir
have
pour
a report.
éviter les dommages environnementaux.
So the
Et ce rapport
amount
nous indique
that
le
we can
montant des
invest
dommages
in order to
environnementaux
avoid all
évités
these damages and to
par
avoid
dinars investis dans la remédiation.
all these
Donc, si par
environmental
exemple on obtient
impacts.
que dans le domaine du climat, le
So,
ratio est égal à 2, ça veut dire que
for
pour
instance, in climate, we
un
have a
effort d'un
ratio
dollar ou un
of
dinar
2.
investi dans la
So
remédiation,
when we
on est
spend
en train
$1
d'éviter un dommage environnemental dont
so
la valeur est 2
in
fois supérieure.
climate, so we are here
C'est l'application du
avoiding
critère d'efficience qui nous permet
impacts
dès
that
lors
are two
d'identifier les
times
priorités
bigger.
d'action, de dire
So
dans quel domaine
here we
investir
need to
un montant
identify
donné
the
de ressources
fields
permet
and the
d'éviter
areas
le
in
plus
which we should
de dommages
invest in
environnementaux.
order to reduce the environmental damages or to avoid them.
Alors, vous voyez, les résultats pour 2011
So
et
you see the
1999 nous indiquent que, par exemple, si on
results of
investissait dans la réduction des
2011.
inefficiences environnementales,
So you see
on
all these
pouvait obtenir des
results,
ratios de 4,8 en
and
2011. Ça veut dire que pour
so for
une unité monétaire investie
one
dans la remédiation, on obtenait
monetary
jusqu'à 5
unit,
fois plus de
we can
bénéfices.
get 5
Regardez, en moyenne,
times
ces
more
ratios
of
nous indiquent des
benefits.
rapports
So these
de 2. Alors, à
rates
nouveau,
show
il y a
the
très peu de possibilités d'investissement qui ont
benefits that we can
des tels
have. It
ratios
shows
de
us
rendement.
the investments that we
Investir
can
dans le développement
have.
durable est
So
en termes de
investing in
bien-être des
sustainable
actions très, très efficientes.
development and
À nouveau,
well-being
on voit
is
le
one
pouvoir
of the
qu'il y a
most
derrière ces
efficient
chiffres,
actions. So,
et derrière le fait de pouvoir convaincre les décideurs
so we should
de
convince
consacrer
the
plus de
decision
ressources
makers to allocate
à la
more
protection de
resources for the protection of environment and the
Alors, vous allez me dire,
preservation of the environment. So you will say,
où sont ces résultats pour
what
la
are
dernière étude
these
réalisée?
results for the last
Alors,
study made?
Il est clair que, comme je vous l'ai dit, dans cette
It
dernière
is
étude, on a essayé
evident that in the
d'être
last study
méthodologiquement beaucoup plus rigoureux
we tried to be more rigorous and more
et inférer
methodological.
les coûts de remédiation et les estimer pose beaucoup de problèmes techniques.
So
Et ce qui a été
we
estimé
have
comme coût de
encountered
remédiation
many technical
en
problems.
2015 sont les coûts directs uniquement pour le secteur public.
So as to
Et
the
afin d'estimer ces coûts, on
remediation
s'est
costs
basé
in
sur
2015, it
la
was only
stratégie
about the
nationale,
public
la
sector.
SLED, qui listait les
So,
actions à entreprendre. On a cherché à chiffrer le coût de ces actions et
tried
de les
to
mettre en
give
rapport
figures
avec les
for
dommages
these
environnementaux.
actions and to link them
Alors,
with the
seuls des résultats
environmental
globaux ont été
damages.
proposés parce que
So among the results that
il s'est révélé très difficile
were
de
proposed
différencier les actions de
globally,
la
so
SLED directement par type de dommages environnementaux. En effet, il y a beaucoup d'effets connexes. Agir dans la
So
protection du
we
climat,
have
ça impacte aussi sur la protection de l'air.
figured that it's very difficult to do
Donc on s'est
this.
contenté de résultats globaux
So we
en
just
rapportant l'idée
given
des dommages
global
environnementaux
results.
de remédiation. Et vous voyez, on obtient des résultats à nouveau très très frappants.
So
Avec
and
des
once
rapports
again
entre
we
les
have
bénéfices obtenus, les dommages évités,
strong
et la remédiation
results
entre
with
3
the
et
link
3,5.
between the environmental damages and the benefits that we can have through investing more
Et là, la méthodologie a
sustainable
permis dès lors de
environment.
mettre un lien direct
So
entre les stratégies et les politiques environnementales prévues pour la vie
so the methodology here allowed us to
et ces estimations économiques
to get
sur les coûts
all these
environnementaux
economic
et les coûts de remédiation.
estimations about
Et là, vous avez dans ce tableau justement ce lien
environmental
entre les
costs
dommages qu'on a
and
pu
the
déterminer
costs for
et dont
remediation.
on a pu estimer l'importance
So
d'un
here
point de vue économique
we
et
can
les
see
différents
the
axes
importance
stratégie
from an
nationale
economic
sur l'environnement et le développement
perspective
durable.
and the importance of a national strategy on sustainable development.
Cette fois plutôt académique qu'au niveau décisionnel. Il y a eu beaucoup aussi de
So
travaux
not
menés en Algérie.
only on the academic level, but
cette fois,
as well as on
à
the
des échelles sectorielles
decision-making
régionales.
level, a lot of work is
Là,
being
c'est exactement
done
la même,
in
le même type d'analyse. On
Algeria,
vise à
so
calculer
the
le coût des
same
dommages environnementaux, le
type
coût
of
des efficiences, mais
analysis.
cette fois,
So this time
les calculs ont été
the
effectués à
calculations
l'échelle d'une communauté urbaine, celle
been
de la ville
conducted
d'Annaba, connue
on
pour être à la fois
an urban
un endroit
community in
pour le
Annaba,
tourisme, mais
so
aussi un
it's
endroit
well
qui
appreciated
accueille des
area for
un
tourism in
un
Algeria,
secteur industriel important.
and in which there
L'analyse
is
environnementale
an
là-bas,
important
éco-environnementale,
industrial
semblait
sector.
très
So
intéressante. Et vous avez ici
the
juste un
analysis
screenshot
of
des
the
résultats
environmental
qui avaient été
damages is
effectués.
very important, and you will see the results that we got.
Ces analyses faites à l'échelle
So
de
all
communautés
these
urbaines ont été aussi répliquées dans
analyses
d'autres pays.
that
Vous voyez là, on
were
voit
conducted on urban
les dommages
communities
environnementaux très
were
très conséquents
replicated in other
dans cette
countries.
région de l'Algérie.
So you will see the
Comparé
results
à
that
d'autres
we
villes,
got
comme
in
la
this
ville
region
de
of
d'Aqaba, en
Algeria,
Jordanie, ou encore
and
la
we
ville
compare them
d'Agadir,
with the
située au Maroc.
other cities
On voit,
in other
le
countries, such as
tissu
the
industriel
Agadir in
aussi très
Morocco
conséquent,
and other cities in Jordan and other
la ville
countries.
d'Annaba.
And you see the results
On
for
a aussi
the
développé ce type de résultats,
city
par
of
exemple,
Annaba. So we
pour
have
l'industrie du
developed
ciment.
this
Là, vous
results
avez
for
simplement
the industry of
les ratios
cement.
entre les dommages et
So
les
we
coûts
have
de
the
la remédiation
rate
pour le secteur du
between the
ciment
damages
algérien,
and
tels
the
qu'ils avaient été
costs for
déterminés en 2007 et
remedy
2008.
as it was
Et à nouveau, vous avez des
identified in
comparaisons
2007 and
qui ont été
2008.
faites
And
au
you see
niveau
the
des différents pays.
comparisons
Alors là,
that
vous voyez donc
have
le
been
secteur
done
algérien
between different countries.
avait des dommages environnementaux rapportés à la valeur ajoutée du secteur relativement faible.
So in Algeria, so you see that we have environmental damages compared to the low added value sector in
Résultats identiques, je ne vais pas tous les détailler, mais par exemple pour le secteur de l'électricité,
identical results for
avec ici
the
aussi des
sector of
projections qui sont proposées. Donc on a le
electricity.
secteur
So
algérien de
we
production
have
d'électricité,
the
les dommages
Algerian sector for
environnementaux de
the
ce secteur
production of
rapportés à la valeur ajoutée du
electricity
secteur en
and the
2004, et
damages
tel qu'il serait dans une
of this
projection future
sector on environment and the future
consistait en
of
disant voilà, si on met
this
en place les
sector
mesures
and
qui
the
sont
damages
prévues,
in
comment
the future and
évolueront
the way
le niveau de ces dommages environnementaux.
how they are going to evolve.
Alors, ces techniques de calcul ont
So
connu
all these
beaucoup
techniques
de
of
développement au cours des 20 dernières années.
calculation
Là, je vous ai parlé
have witnessed
strictement
many
des résultats
developments in last
auxquels j'ai pu
years.
participer, des études
So
auxquelles j'ai pu participer,
here
mais il y a
I
eu
just
beaucoup
shared
d'autres développements.
with you the results of the studies in
Les
which
Nations
I
Unies
took
mettent en
part,
place un
but
système
there
de
are
comptabilité
other
économique et environnementale
results. The
intégré sous
United
forme de comptes
Nations
satellites
has an
qui ont des
integrated
dimensions physiques, c'est
system
vrai,
for your calculation and results, and you can have a look at it.
Qui ont des dimensions monétaires. Donc
So with the monetary dimension, so you can see the value of the natural resources. There are also the work done by the World Bank in this regard.
La production économique telle que fait le PIB, mais aussi l'état des ressources
as the state of the natural resources and many other results.
Et ces résultats montrent par exemple
So these results show that
entre 1990 et 2015 a diminué de 3,6%.
in Algeria,
Si vous prenez la croissance du PIB entre ces deux périodes, vous êtes près de 10 à 15%. Et alors que la taille de la production économique augmentait fortement, dès lors que l'on
economic production has increased and
à l'usage des ressources naturelles,
we have lost also in natural resources when it comes to pollution and to the health. So these results show the reduction of well-being in Algeria.
Il est aussi très intéressant de voir
It is very interesting to review all these systems that are aiming to link to
sont représentés par les indicateurs de développement durable.
indicators of development.
Petite illustration
So this is an illustration that shows the domains and the different objectives of sustainable development.
Alors, je vous propose peut-être quelques conclusions.
So I would like to suggest some conclusions about what we have done.
A constaté au sein dernier une très forte progression.
So we have seen development and an increase of using this
ces techniques ont été
and these techniques. So if we use these techniques more and more,
conséquent dans l'argumentation,
so it will have a weight in proposals and in the selection as well as the implementation of the environmental policies in Algeria, namely the increase in the allocation, budgetary allocations for environmental policies in Algeria. So
je vais prendre un exemple, mais si on prend un parapluie et que je veux décrire ce parapluie de manière technique et physique, et que je le fais en Algérie ou à Londres, je vais chaque fois décrire mon parapluie
on environmental policies in Algeria. This is something very important. So we have to focus more and more and to pay more attention. Now when we add to this physical analysis and we add the economic dimensions, so
avoir un impact plus important sur le bien-être
there will be a more impact on the well-being
que lors d'un jour ensoleillé à Alger. Et donc la valeur de ce même parapluie et les conséquences de la perte de ce parapluie seront différentes selon les contextes. Et c'est ce positionnement complémentaire que
this is something very important, and this is something that we should take into account.
Qui est intéressant également.
And it's very interesting.
Et en Algérie, comme je vous l'ai dit, on a eu
in Algeria, as I said, we were fortunate thanks to different academic programs supported by the international cooperation, so we could work in different sectors, namely last time when we have developed the National Action Plan for Climate in Algeria.
Avec les changements climatiques. Toujours au niveau des conclusions, ce qu'on a constaté au cours des
always with the conclusions in last year,
méthodologie et de la précision des résultats, comme je vous l'ai dit, maillage plus
we have seen better coverage of the environmental damages and more awareness about
potentiellement ils sont déjà conséquents dans certains domaines, sur certaines
more
parties du
more
territoire
awareness
algérien
about
en
these
faisant par exemple la désertification, alors que d'autres dommages
environmental
vont peut-être
damages such as
concerner l'Algérie dans une
desertification
dizaine ou
and
une quinzaine d'années.
climate
Donc, dans les
change.
dernières méthodologies
Among
utilisées, on
others.
a pu
So, among
tenir compte de
the
ces temporalités
methodologies
différentes.
that we have
Autre
used at
chose
the
très importante,
time,
hein, lors de la
so
dernière élaboration
the
de
use of
cette
different
analyse en
techniques.
Algérie, les différents secteurs ont participé activement
And
au calcul,
something
non
else,
seulement pour fournir
different
les données de
sectors
base,
have participated
mais
and
également au
took
niveau de
part
l'interprétation.
in the calculations of these damages
Et
and in the
le gain de
interpretation
qualité
of
et
this
la réduction
data.
des erreurs
So,
potentielles
the gain of
a été majeur.
quality
Le fait
and
que les
the reduction
secteurs
of the margin
revoient
of
chaque ligne de
error
calcul
is
et
very big,
contribuent à les
and this is of
interpréter
paramount
a
importance.
réellement
So when each sector
permis
participates in reviewing
fortement
the data,
aussi cerner là où
will
l'attention devait être portée à l'avenir.
have a great impact on the reliability of data
Alors,
in the
quelles sont les
future.
perspectives?
So what are the
Je dirais qu'il y
perspectives?
en a trois pour moi. Un des besoins majeurs actuellement, c'est d'améliorer la qualité de l'estimation
So
des coûts de la
the perspectives is that we need to
C'est une
increase
demande,
the
notamment de la
amounts
part des
dedicated for
différents
remedy.
parties
So
prenantes en
this
Algérie.
is a request from different
Il est
stakeholders
difficile
here
de
in
calculer ces coûts.
Algeria.
Je
It
peux
is very
brièvement vous
tough
expliquer
to
pourquoi.
calculate all these costs, and
Lorsqu'on
I will
pense au
briefly
secteur public, il y a
explain
une
this.
réallocation des ressources qui est nécessaire. On veut augmenter
So-
l'argent dévolu à une politique environnementale, il faut chiffrer ce montant.
We have to
Ce montant
amount.
risque pas d'être dépensé dans un autre domaine.
We have to allocate figures for each sector, and we have to
Au
give
niveau macroéconomique,
figures
cette
at the level
réallocation peut avoir un
level of
impact
the macroeconomic.
sur
So
la production
this is
économique,
something
sur ce qu'on
is
pourrait mesurer
very
dans un indicateur agrégé comme le produit intérieur brut.
difficult.
Cet impact peut être
So
potentiellement
this-
positif, hein. Selon certains calculs faits notamment dans
So
le domaine de
according
l'économie verte,
to some
certaines réallocations
calculations in
hors
the
des
field
énergies
of
fossiles pourraient
green
avoir un impact macroéconomique positif.
economy, so this is
C'est-à-dire
something
générer
positive.
peut-être plus d'emplois que l'allocation
So it
actuelle.
will generate
plus de
more
valeur ajoutée.
employment,
Et donc, vous voyez, il y a l'impact macroéconomique à
employment,
calculer d'un
and
côté, mais il y a
you can
aussi
see the
des besoins en termes
macroeconomic
de réallocation des
impact.
ressources. Donc là, il y a des affinements méthodologiques conséquents à
So
faire
we have
et
to
aussi
improve the
des
methodologies,
collectes de données importantes
and
qui doivent être faites. Ça concerne
and
l'Algérie,
we
mais
should
de
collect
nombreux autres
more
pays également.
data. This is regarding Algeria, but
perspective
other
importante,
countries as well. Something that
c'est
is
que
very
nos calculs
important
actuellement
as
sont essentiellement
well.
centrés sur le critère d'efficience.
The
On se base,
calculations
comme données les
now
priorités d'intégration,
are
quelles sont l'importance
focus
des coûts, des dommages
mainly on
environnementaux, quels
the
sont ces ratios
cost of
entre
damages, but we
des
need
dommages
to
et le
focus
coût de
as well
remédiation
on
qu'il faut
the
investir pour les
costs of remedy. This
aider.
is something very important.
De plus en plus, on note le besoin, hein, parmi ceux qui
And
prennent au
we
final
see
des
the
décisions, d'élargir
increasing need
le
in
panel des
order
critères qu'on
to
considère. Un critère sur lequel on
widen
veut aussi se
the
baser maintenant est par exemple l'importance des effets
arsenal of
conjoncturels. On
criteria
parle de relance verte.
that
Dans
we
quel
use
type de
them.
protection de l'environnement il faut investir aujourd'hui si on veut aussi
And in
maximiser les
which
effets
field we should
économiques. On
invest
doit se relancer.
in order to maximize the
Même chose pour les impacts sociaux. Et je vais conclure là-dessus.
economic
Je
effects.
pense que clairement, là, on peut aller vers une approche multicritère.
Here,
C'est-à-dire, on aura ces calculs
So,
économiques,
we can
mais on
have
doit
all
aller
these
vers l'intégration
economic
des impacts
calculations,
sociaux de la protection de
and we
l'environnement,
should
et
integrate
également
incorporate
des
all
impacts conjoncturels.
social impacts and environmental impacts.
Voilà. Je vous remercie de votre
All.
attention et je reste
I
bien
thank
sûr
you for your
disponible
kind attention, and
pour toutes vos
I remain
remarques, observations
available
et
for
différentes
all
suggestions.
your comments and questions, as well as your proposals.
Floor again for questioning. Monsieur Ben Hajouja, do you have any questions, or shall I go for the floor directly? Can you hear us, David?
Yes.
All right, perfect. And you can ask questions in any language that you might. يمكنكم طرح الأسئلة بأي لغة.
You can ask questions in the language you choose, and we'll translate for you.
Or we'll start here. We're going to come back to you. 30 seconds for a question or a comment, please. Go ahead.
Bonjour.
Hello, Mohamed Shartouh, Central Director, Health, Security and Environment at Sonelgaz. Do you have information to give us? We are participating in all GIZ piloted programs. Do you have information concerning the environmental damage by sector? Can we generalize the results of regional damages on the entire country, and how to assess the costs of this environmental damage during the pandemic? Thank you.
Oui, on a ce qu'on a actuellement des résultats récents en Algérie.
We have recent
vont couvrir essentiellement l'échelle
results in Algeria at the national level, essentially.
Ces dommages ont été calculés par domaine.
These damages were calculated by environmental field, air, water, waste, and redefining these fields is possible according to areas and in accordance with the regions where these fields are concerned. So we did a classification in the field of climate, for instance.
Ask a question. Go ahead.
Merci.
Thank you, Youssef Bazizi, the National Office of Statistics. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Maradan for his presentation, who has talked about all the methodological aspects. Concerning the conclusion on their remediation effects on the environmental damages, are these conclusions relevant when you say that the margin of error is of 27%? The evolution of environmental damage, aren't they in the same interval of this error margin? And in this case, maybe we could not decide on the evolution. Also, when taking into consideration the comparison between Algeria and other countries of the Maghreb, especially with the proportions with this great margin of error. I have another question concerning the index of well-being. You said that well-being has decreased by 26%. We did studies and surveys concerning poverty, and the last figure we have was issued in 2011, and the people living in poverty are 5%. There were a real increase in the purchase power. So my question is about the methodology used in this indicator of well-being that you've presented here.
Okay. Alors, au niveau de la marge,
concerning the error margin,
c'est clairement un enjeu.
It's a challenge.
Je vais vendre ma discipline ici, un petit peu.
I will sell my discipline here.
Le problème
The problem is not the error margin. The problem is not knowing it and not asking for it.
Je pourrais dire qu'on veut mettre en place des politiques environnementales.
I could put in place, set up environmental policies. On which basis would I set up these environmental policies? Which information do we have? We have information, because the first step is collecting this information. and using it.
1999-2002, pendant
That's
cette
why I
période,
did.
en Algérie. On devait ressortir ces
That's what we
informations.
did in
Il a fallu une
1999.
quinzaine d'années pour, au niveau des calculs économiques, avoir une information
We needed
supplémentaire,
several years
renseigner la
to
marge d'erreur.
do a calculation in our economical model and add data
C'est une
to it.
avancée qui est très, très
So
claire.
this is a progress that is quite clear.
Mais c'est une question de moyens.
But it's an issue
On
of
peut
means
refaire ces
now.
résultats
We
avec une marge
can
d'erreur de 2
redo
ou 3%.
these results with an error margin
Mais
of
il faudrait
2 to
investir dans la
3%.
collecte des données
But we need to invest in the
quelques
data
millions de dollars
collection,
supplémentaires.
few
Je ne pense pas que ça vaut
additional
la peine.
$1 million.
Je
I
pense que
don't
ça serait
think it's
gaspiller
worth
d'énergie.
it. I
Sur
think
la base des
it
résultats
would be
actuels
wasting
et de leur marge
money.
d'erreur,
I think that on the
on a
basis
déjà
of
des
the current
indications
results and
suffisamment
on the
convaincantes
error
pour prendre des
margins that
décisions
we
à l'aide
have sufficient
Mais la marge
information in
d'erreur,
order
c'est
to
une question
take decisions and
d'investir dans la collecte des
go
données, d'investir dans la précision des méthodes.
forward.
Ce que l'on peut faire avec 25% de marge
What
d'erreur,
we can
avec
do
plus
with
de moyens,
25%
plus de
of
chercheurs,
error
plus d'enquêtes,
margin
on pourra le faire avec
with
5%.
more
Mais en toute franchise, je serais très content
means
pour nos
in
business si on disait il
researchers
faut le
and
refaire avec
experts,
quelques
etc.
millions de
I
dollars et
think
puis réduire la marge d'erreur.
this
Mais
could
ça serait du
be
gaspillage. Les évidences sont suffisamment fortes et
better
suffisamment convergentes
than
pour mettre cet
wasting
argent dans
a
justement les
lot of
priorités d'action.
money.
Justement, on sait que ça va, c'est
We
là où est l'intérêt
know
maintenant.
that the
Mais on sait ce
interest
qu'il faut
is
faire
here.
pour réduire
We
la
know
marge
what
d'erreur.
we need to do in order
Et
to
n'oublions pas
reduce
que
the
c'est
error
aussi
margin.
très subjectif.
Let's not forget also that
Personne
it's
ne demande la marge d'erreur du
subjective.
produit intérieur brut.
No one asks for the margin error of the
Pourtant, elle est
GDP,
conséquente aussi.
but
Les
it's
dernières estimations que j'ai
pretty
vues pour un pays
significant.
comme la Suisse, c'était des marges d'erreur de quelques
In
points de
Switzerland,
pourcentage. Quand je dis quelques
the
points, c'est
margin
entre
error
5 et
are
7%. Ça m'a paru
between
extraordinairement élevé
5 and
lorsqu'on se base sur des
7%.
projections de croissance qui sont à des
And I
dixièmes
think
de
it's
pourcent.
very important
Mais ça
when
pose des questions.
we
Ça pose des
base
questions, ces marges
the
d'erreur.
studies on
Et
these
c'est clairement
statistics.
un
So
enjeu pour l'avenir.
this raises questions
La deuxième
on
question, alors sur
this
l'indice
issue.
le Inclusive Wealth Index. Hein. Alors effectivement, ce sont
Then
des
the
calculs
inclusive
où
wise
on
index,
cherche à monétariser la valeur
we're
du capital
trying
économique,
to
naturel et social d'un
monitorize
pays.
the
Et
value
ensuite,
of
ses
the
fluctuations
economic
au
and
cours du temps.
social capital in
La
the country.
méthodologie, si vous cherchez
Methodology,
Inclusive Wealth Index Report, hein, le dernier qui a été fait
when you
doit
look
porter
for
sur l'année
the inclusive
2019,
well
sauf erreur.
index
Vous avez une
in
explication relativement
2019,
claire de la
you will
méthodologie
have
pour
an
arriver à ces
explanation
résultats.
that is quite clear about the methodology that it was used in order
On passe
to get
toujours
these
justement par
results.
ce transfert entre unité physique et unité monétaire.
So we go through this transfer from
Sur la base de ces prix
physical
ombres
units
ou
to
de ces
monetary
prix de
units.
transfert hein, pour pouvoir aboutir à ce type de
And
résultats.
these transfer
Ces
prices in order
résultats sont très
to get these
intéressants, surtout
results. These
qu'eux
results are very interesting
sont strictement comparables entre les
as
pays. Et vous
these
avez dans
results
cette base de
are
données de
strictly
l'Inclusive
comparable
Wealth
between
Index,
countries,
hein,
and you have on the database of the Inclusive Well
une
Index
panoplie, hein, je dirais plus d'une cinquantaine,
set
septantaine de
about
pays hein, sur
50
lesquels
to
existent des résultats.
70 countries
Peut-être pour
that
faire un lien,
have
cette
results.
Inclusive Wealth Index, c'est une suite hein, de l'indice de
Maybe
l'épargne
this
véritable.
Inclusive Well Index is a
Pour vous donner peut-être une
continuation.
illustration, si une année donnée dans un pays, le PIB croît de
If
5%,
in 1
mais qu'en
year
même temps la
there was
valeur des ressources
an
fossiles
increase of
entraînées dans le sol
5%
ont diminué
growth
d'une valeur
rate
de
of
5% parce qu'on
5%,
les a
and
utilisées.
the
Justement,
resources
pour
have
nourrir cette
increased
croissance
of
économique, ben,
5%.
on arrivera
So in order
un indice
to
qui
feed
montre
this
un
economic growth,
seuil
we'll
de
have
zéro.
an index that will
Le
show
gain de
number
croissance
0,
est compensé par la perte de
and
ressources
the
naturelles.
growth
Dans cet
gain
indice
will be
de
compensated
développement
by
véritable,
the
hein, on
loss
veut
of
inclure aussi
resources.
le capital humain,
So
donc l'état de
we
santé
want
de la
to
population.
include the human
En l'état,
capital,
et
so
selon les
the
informations que
health
j'ai,
state of
cette
the population.
partie-là n'est pas encore
So this part
incluse
is not yet
dans les chiffres actuellement disponibles.
included in the currently available figures.
Here to go ahead and ask a question. Micro.
Merci. Donc,
Thank you. I'm Lamesh from the Ministry of Environment. I wanted to add some information. We've worked with Mr. Maradon. I've worked on as part of the last Environmental Action Plan with the UNDP concerning the calculation of remediation costs with the committee of UNDP. The costs of remediation are important because they orient the environmental strategy and they are framed with a decree that sets all these aspects. So the action plan of sustainable development is set up and was finalized and will be presented to the sector. There were many experts, mathematicians, who have made a summary in a report, and the person who did this report is attending with us today. So the action plan will be updated. I will ask Mr. Maradon if we had to redo the calculation, because for the year 2017 we called the entire sectors. We contacted them in order to get the costs of remediation. Thank you.
Alors, effectivement, lorsqu'on a une nouvelle stratégie,
that's right. When we have a new strategy, it's always interesting
de recalculer ces coûts
to
de remediation,
recalculate these remediation
En fait, c'est une
costs.
question de priorité aussi, parce que
The cost of
c'est des calculs qui vont nécessiter passablement de
damages.
temps. On les fait sur des périodes de 6 à 8 mois.
That these
Il faut
calculations
voir
are
s'ils
conducted
font
over a
réellement
period of 6
améliorer la prise
months
de décision, ou si
to
en
1
l'état,
year,
comme je l'ai
and
dit, on
then
arrive à
it's interesting to
cerner les
see
priorités.
the
Là-dessus,
costs of state
je veux
need to be
remercier
quite clear
quelqu'un.
about the
Bon, il y a en Algérie,
priorities.
chaque fois qu'on faisait ces études, hein, ça
In
impliquait énormément de
Algeria,
ministères.
every time we did these
Énormément
studies,
de
it involved
volonté
a
de
lot
la
of
part aussi du
ministries.
ministère de l'Environnement,
It
de l'Habitation là-dedans.
involved
Et là-dessus, il y a
a lot of
Monsieur Ahmed Fekari de la GIZ qui a
willingness,
constamment porté
and we had
cette
Mr.
énergie pour mettre à
Lakari
jour. Et je dois dire que lui serait bien mieux à même
who
que moi
enshrined this
pour répondre à
energy,
ces
and
questions.
I think he would be the most appropriate person to answer this question.
Being able to open the floor for everybody in here. We can take your questions a little bit later and communicate them directly to David and get back to you with answers. We promise to do that. Now moving to our third speaker, so that we stick to the schedule. Ms. Daniela Addis, who's a managing partner at the Ambiente Amari law firm, and who's a legal counselor for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Italy and the Ministry of Environment. Today she will be talking to us about environment policies in the post-pandemic era, and she will be sharing new perspectives on the framework, or the regulatory framework. All right. So, ma'am, you have the floor for 20 minutes. And we're going to be, to avoid any technical issues, we kindly ask you to not mute the discussion so that you can keep hearing us all time. And we're going to be sharing the slides on our end in here. Whenever you want to move to the next slide, just tell us next, please. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thanks for uploading the presentation. Good morning to everyone gathered here with us in cyberspace and in person. Whatever your circumstances, I hope that you and your families are safe and well. First of all, let me thank all the organizers of this important day, in particular Mrs. Samira Ahmidi, for having invited me to participate. Next. Next, please. Yes, what about the environment in the world that comes after in the post-pandemic era? What are the prospects in the current regulatory framework? That is indeed a provocative question, for we see head to roots diverging. Which one will the world take? The first is the route back to where we were before this coronavirus pandemic began, back onto the grey road that promised endless growth, but relied on profligate burning of fossil fuel, involved incredible levels of plastic pollution, excessive destruction of nature, and was on a linear path of extraction, manufacture, and disposal that was bringing planetary boundaries clearly into view. Next, please. Next, please. The next slide, please. 2020-2021 were deeply marked by the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing global epidemic of the new coronavirus disease. Pandemic that has changed our approach to family as well as social and working life. In this year and a half, we have learned closely how the world we live in is now global and closely interconnected. How poor or insufficient care for the environment can turn against all humanity. And perhaps this of the coronavirus is just a first warning. Next, please. Next. Warning that is also coming from the related loss of biodiversity, climate change, extinction of species, pollution, and the overall degradation of ecosystems, which have also a profound global impact on the enjoyment of human rights and require the widest possible international cooperation in order to prevent or remedy this adverse effect. Unprecedented biodiversity loss, pollution, climate change, and the rise of zoonotic disease have showcased the symbiotic relationship between humans and nature. The human right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, as well as other human rights, can only be realized where biodiversity thrives and ecosystems are healthy. Next, please. Environment is strictly related to human health and human rights as a cycle based on a fragile equilibrium. The protection of the environment and the protection of human rights, including the right to health, are strictly interconnected. One cannot be achieved without the other, nor at the expense of the other. Life and well-being on our planet are contingent on our collective capacity to guarantee both human rights and a healthy environment to future generations. A human rights-based approach, using human rights laws and mechanisms in the context of environment impacts, offer an innovative and evolving tool for environmental protection. Next, please. State obligation at the intersection of human rights and biodiversity come from international human rights laws, such as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the ICCPR, the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, the ICESCR, and the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity. According to these commitments and the responsibilities they encompass to prevent the negative impacts on human rights, states should address biodiversity and habitat loss and species extinction, such as stopping deforestation, protecting and conserving lands and oceans, moving to sustainable patterns of production and consumption, combating climate change and pollution, preventing the introduction of invasive alien species, and protecting land and coastal zone tenure and resource use of indigenous people as well as local communities. Next, please. In this context, relevance is given in ensuring and facilitate mindful and informed public participation, providing public information about environmental issues in an accessible language and format. States are also called to ensure accountability and effective remedy for human rights harms caused by biodiversity and habitat loss. Regional agreements, including the Aarhus Convention, the 1998 Convention on Access to Information, Public Participation in Decision-Making and Access to Justice in Environmental Matters, as well as the Escazú Agreement, the 2018 Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, specifically address access to justice in environmental matters. Next, please. Moreover, effective protection of biodiversity requires international cooperation and solidarity. Instruments including the UN Charter, the ICCPR, as well as for the Mediterranean area, the Barcelona Convention, its protocols, require states to cooperate on the realization of human rights and on the achievement of the environmental protection, addressing gaps in protection and transborder and extraterritorial harms. In addition, the ability of developing countries to implement biodiversity commitments depends on sharing of resources and technology transfers from developed countries. States should therefore establish and strengthen mechanisms and resources for addressing transboundary causes and impacts of biodiversity and habitat loss. Next, please. Finally, other three important points to which states and the international community are called to guarantee are an effective mobilization of adequate resources to prevent human rights harms caused by biodiversity loss, the right for everybody to enjoy the benefits of science and its applications, as the CBD expressly recognized, supporting the transfer of methods and technology for an effective international response to biodiversity loss, and the right of all people to education with respect for nature and its core, and to the information necessary to protect it. Next, please. The CBD post-2020 biodiversity framework, asking for living in harmony with nature by 2050, requires the total transformation of humanity's relationship with nature. The diverse values of nature and the relationship between biological and human, cultural, and linguistic diversity must be better understood and duly reflected in policy. Next, please. I'd therefore like to recall with you Gregory Battson's thesis, declaring that the increase of population spurs technological progress and create that anxiety which set us against our environment as an enemy. Technology both facilitates increase of population and reinforces our arrogance or hubris vis-a-vis the natural environment. Currently, the only possible access for a reversal of the process seems to lie in traditional attitudes towards the environment. Further, the technical and technological progress cannot be avoided, but it can perhaps be steered in the appropriate directions. Next, please. The ideas that dominate our civilization today date back in their most virulent form to the Industrial Revolution. They can be summarized as follows. We against the environment. We against other human beings. It is the individual or the single company or the single nation that counts. We can have unilateral control over the environment, and we must strive to achieve it. We live within a frontier that expand indefinitely. Economic determinism is obvious and sensible. Techniques and new technology will allow us to implement it. These ideas have simply proved false in light of the great but ultimately destructive achievements of our technique and technology over the past 200 years. Likewise, they turn out to be false in the light of modern ecological history. We humans who prevail against the environment in which we live destroy ourselves. Different attitudes and premises, other systems of human values, have governed the relations between the human being and his environment or his neighbor in other civilizations and in other times. In other words, our is not the only way to be human. It is conceivable that we can change it. Next, please. This shift in our thinking has already begun among scientists, philosophers, perhaps jurists, and among young people. The changes will continue as inevitable as technological progress. To make this transition possible, these changes of thinking must concern our government, our economic and legal structure, our educational programs, our military attitude, since the old premises are deeply rooted in all these aspects of our society. Next, please. The European Union and its member states, following the effects of the pandemic, are also investing in a green, digital, and resilient Europe. With the adoption of further investment programs on research, on innovation and external actions, in order to support programs key to future crises. The green transition will have to make Europe, but also, and consequently, the countries with it has cooperation programs, more resilient and strategically autonomous. It is now a general belief that in order to cope with the tragedy of the pandemic, measures are needed which, by strongly affecting the current structure of social and economic relations, contribute to creating a more just society in harmony with the ecological limits of our planet. Next, please. It is the challenge that COVID-19 has launched to humanity, and that humanity has an unprecedented opportunity to seize and win, asking us to put aside the mere self-interest of our species, to put an unprecedented reduction in consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, and anthropogenic impacts around the world at the center of our business. In light of this challenge, it is also necessary to evaluate the measures that are being adopted to overcome the crisis, and above all, to identify the new and more appropriate instruments that the states and the international community are called upon to introduce, keeping in mind that we are called to carry out activities and projects that concretely pursue the great objectives of the green, equitable, and inclusive transition. Next, please. The path we have before us is that of a blue-green recovery road, a post-pandemic road that fully embraces the priorities of fostering sustainable economic development, of creating jobs that are truly sustainable, and of promoting greater social equity through the recognition and protection of fundamental human rights, but which also requires full respect for nature, connectivity, and the imperative principle of sustainability. Next, please. Rather than the old linear way of exploitation, the blue-green approach is that of the appropriate use of our planet's resources, which are by definition limited. through an urgent transformation of consumption and production partners, through recycling, reduction of waste, the rationalization of our food and production systems, our infrastructure and transport systems, and a courageous development of energy from renewable sources in the face of a downsizing of growth and the development of our economies. These are some of the fundamental coordinates that should today reorient the political initiative and institutional action of our countries, and therefore also scientific research and applied research. Next, please. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, and I will be very glad to answer to questions from the floor, if any. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Really appreciate your time and the interesting points that you touched on. Again, we're going to open up the floor for your questions. You can ask the question in any language, and I'll try to do the translation. Please, let's stick to maximum 30 seconds for each question. Any questions? All right, so I will do the questioning because I have a couple of questions that I need your opinion or your perspective regarding. We've been speaking about international policies and even regional policies and the coordination that might happen between them. My question, taking in consideration your legal background, like if we take a look at the UN Environment website, we're gonna find a lot of conventions, a lot of reports, a lot of recommendations, and a lot of agreements. But my question would be, how can we legally reinforce those to assure commitment of countries, even the ones who signed on that, and how can we legally sort of create a framework of follow-up to make sure whatever recommendations are being executed the right way. My second question, if you don't mind, ma'am, would be regarding the next steps for the future. And taking a look at your presentation, I had the feeling that it was mostly, and correct me if I'm wrong, related to developed countries. Yes, if we speak about the pandemic, we've been all touched to different countries. I can even make the point that the developed countries kind of suffered more than the developing for some reasons that researchers are trying to figure out. But my question would be, what are, in your opinion, the main elements for countries like Algeria? We're trying to figure out, I've seen that you related the environmental sustainability to the economic sustainability, but we're in a country here where we're trying to figure out the economic sustainability while learning and figuring out the environment sustainability. So what are the tips that you might give to an Algerian context rather than a developed world country? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. Very, very interesting ones, very important ones, actually. Well, about the first question that concerned the legal enforcement and the follow-up, especially relating to the international policy and international and the regional policy. Well, let's say that all of us, we know that the environmental law is a soft law and that is based mainly on the collaboration and cooperation of the contrary party that are part of these multilateral environmental agreements. The experience is telling us that it's very important to link these legal instruments also with the economical ones, the economical funds that are very important for the progress and for the development that should be sustainable ones. The other instrument that I may touch is the presence of the compliance committee the instrument that is present also in the Aarhus Convention, the Montreal Convention, as well as the Barcelona system. This instrument is based in form of experts called by the contracting parties that are called to support, to advise, to help the contrary parties, first of all, to better interpret and to better understand how these important instruments, legally binding instruments, should be interpreted and should be implemented in each country, as well as in the area, for instance, the Mediterranean area, for what is concerned the Barcelona Convention. What I'm saying is that probably what is very important is to build together what is called in Latin the opinio juris ac necessitatis. That means that the people, the international community, and the country should first of all understand and be convinced that these legal instruments are first of all necessary to be implemented, not because legally binding, but because they are important instruments for the linear sustainable growth of each country. And this is the answer for my first question. For the second one, especially concerning developing countries, or especially concerning Algeria in this post-pandemic era, it is true that the pandemic probably touched very much the developed countries, but as well it was a pandemic, so it touched all countries. But how I was underlining during my presentation of the communication, it is that probably we need to take the chance of the experience of our past, and probably we need to talk about more and more about development and not about growth, simply growth. We cannot grow infinitely. We better point our attention to the quality of our life, and therefore take into account our history, our background, as Algeria is a very old history. We may take the chance to have in the future a develop that is more based in our tradition, in a more linear, in a more soft development. Not hurry up, not the fast one, but a slow but good quality one. I thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time. We're going to take one question from the floor. We'll go with Sir, and then later on, Sir. Can we have the mic? Please, let's stick to 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I have two questions, if you don't mind. The first one is about international legal framework. How do you think that this framework will ensure equity between countries, taking account that countries are not at the same level of responsibility of degradation of the environment? I will take just as an example climate negotiation. So which kind of mechanism do you think that will ensure this equity between countries? This is the first question. The second question is about the Green European Deal. In the perspective, under the perspective of legal point of view, do you think that this Green Deal, which aims to zero CO2 in 2050, which has an environmental issues, but also economic issue. Do you think that this European Green Deal will impact the future relation between European community and Northern African countries, such as Algeria, for example? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much for your question. The first one is quite heavy one, and I will try to answer as my best. Well, this is talking about the mechanism for equity between different countries, because as we know, countries have different levels of impact in this world. The point at this moment is about how we can conceive our planet, a unique planet, the unique planet we have where to live. Its health, it's quite bad. So we need all together actually to work to resolve this huge problem of climate change, of the impacts of pollution, etc., etc. For sure, the developed countries have got also with the economies a stronger responsibility. So first of all, we as the scientific world, we are asking the developed countries to take into account a most important responsibility on turn down the impact and they also possibility to give resources to help other countries to be on the same line to underload, to downsizing the growth of this impact. For the second question, the Green Deal of Europe, yes, it is going for sure to impact in a green way, in a positive way, not only to the European member states, but also to other countries, in particular the countries of the Mediterranean area that is very important for the European Union, as well as, for instance, Algeria, the biggest country as a site in this area. Because it is very important, as I was saying before, European Union and all the world, we cannot conceive anymore a positive environmental policy without considering all together. So we need to be in the same line and to help each other with resources, with cooperation, and with collaboration. I hope to have answered to your question.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to have one last question. The gentleman that I promised before. Go ahead, sir. Let's stick to 30 seconds, please. Okay.
Pour la conférence, c'est le problème de la compétitivité de la Méditerranée.
We have the problem of competitivity, knowing that we have the south of the Mediterranean, the north of the Mediterranean. So the agricultural issue is in the North Mediterranean region. So if we need to go back to the South Mediterranean region, because on this side we have the quality of earth products and we have the competitivity of the Mediterranean region compared to the rest of the world. That's the question to ask. If we impose the norm of the analysis of food, in this case, we'll have more opportunity, more chances to be more competitive compared to all the regions of the world. Thank you.
I thank you for your question. And yes, indeed, it is very important, this point that you have raised about the competitiveness. I think that also from a legal point of view, it is very important to underline our strength. For instance, I'm from Italy, from Sardinia, and Sardinia is a region that is in one way considered from economical point of view lower respect to the other region in North Italy. But on the opposite side, the economic from the agriculture, the well-being, it's comparatively higher. And now we are talking about having a region totally green emission, totally emission-free. That means that this competitiveness, it is going to ask us to make the differences between the different countries concerning our best practices, our best products. And agriculture and food, good food, now it's the frontier for the future. The well-being is the frontier for the future. So having countries not polluted, having countries that are not I think it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Addis. We take one last question and let's make it very brief, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam, for your presentation. I've noticed that you did not mention the Convention on Climate and the Agreement of Paris in your presentation. While today these are the main instruments to fight climate change, of course, and that will determine largely all the political, environmental policies of the countries. Although the Paris Agreement is not legally binding for the regions, the countries of the region, can you clarify why you did not tackle this issue? And also the issue of human rights related to environment is closely related to international solidarity that a colleague has just evoked, who has just intervened before me. So this international solidarity and the common concepts of economic development in the world. So this common concept is not given concrete form in the OECD countries. Can we talk about this? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And yeah, actually, I was asked to give a presentation, not a very long one. We are not talking about a lesson in the university, so I touched it. I did it more as a thought, touching the main elements between the environmental agreements and the human rights. And I have talked a lot about climate change. I have several times talked about the climate change as a very important issue to be considered in this relation between the environmental protection and the human rights. I didn't talk expressly to the Convention on Climate Change, as well as didn't talk expressly about many different conventions. We need to have more and more time, but we can maybe have a different seminar talking also about the Paris agreements and this very important issue. About the international solidarity for sure, it's very important. In fact, I have talked about the cooperation and collaboration that are part of the agreement, especially the multilateral environmental agreements are principal and part fundamental of these ones. In the economical part, as I said before, it is very important also to convince the contracting parties and the international community to collaborate together to tackle these important issues of the environmental protection concerning the impact of pollutions that are the main mechanism to deal also with the human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time, and thank you for answering in details these questions. If you guys have any further questions, you can communicate them to us, and we're going to make sure we're going to transfer them to the experts and get back to you with answers. Now we move to Mr. Elias Mavroidis, who's a program management officer in charge of governance at the United Nations Environment/Mediterranean Action Plan. And he has a background in chemical engineering. Following up on the same topic that we started with Ms. Addis, where Mr. Elias is going to be talking to us about the compliance committee as a mechanism for evaluating international commitment and policies and taking the case of the Barcelona Convention. Mr. Elias, a couple of technical notes. We're going to be sharing your slides from our side to avoid any issues. So whenever you want us to move to the next slides, please say next. And please make sure that you don't put us on mute during the entire presentation. You have the floor for 20 minutes. Go ahead.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for the invitation to the Algerian government and to Ms. Samira Hamidi especially. I hope that you can hear me well.
Yes, we do.
You can move to the next slide, please, which is a summary of my presentation. I am going to do a general overview of the UNEP MAP Barcelona Convention system because I'm not sure if the whole audience is aware of it. And then I'm going to provide you with some basics of the defining elements of the work of the Compliance Committee of the Barcelona Convention and its protocols, including key features of the committee, and some information on the overall findings resulting from the assessment of national implementation reports. I'm really glad also that two members of the committee, Ms. Hamidi and Ms. Addis, are here as well, and the former member also, Mr. Prier. We can move to the next slide, please. Regarding the institutional framework of the UNEP MAP Barcelona Convention system, I think the key element that it's an advanced legal and regulatory framework which covers the essential prerequisites for a healthy Mediterranean sea coast. The Barcelona Convention is one of the regional peace conventions of the UN Environment Programme with its 7 protocols. And it also holds a robust institutional framework, which is UNEP MAP, which has a secretariat of the convention and its protocols, and it is the first regional peace program under UNEP. It has a coordinating unit in Athens, Greece, and some MAP components, as you can see. We have the MEDPOL program, which focuses on pollution monitoring and assessment and control, and it's based also in Athens with the coordinating unit. We have the Priorities Action Program in Split, Croatia, which mainly deals with integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial planning. We have REMPEC, who deals with marine pollution from ships, and it's administered by UNEP together with the International Maritime Organization, and it's based in Malta. We have the Information Communication Center Inforat in Rome, Italy. We have our center which deals with issues of spatial protected areas, marine protected areas, and biodiversity, which is based in Tunis. We have the Plan Bleu Regional Activity Center in Marseille, France, which works on environment and development, and it's an observatory dealing with assessment reports, indicators, etc. And finally, we have our regional activity center on sustainable consumption and production in Barcelona, Spain. So beyond this, there is also an implementation framework which underpins the enforcement, working on the provision of science-based assessments, technical guidelines and tools, capacity building, as well as implementation of upscalable projects in priority areas. And our work is funded from the assessed contributions of our contracting parties, as well as from projects, especially from the Global Environment Facility, GEF, and the European Commission. We can move to the next slide now. So the Barcelona Convention was adopted in 1976 and was amended in 1995 to reflect the broader scope following the Rio Conference on Sustainable Development. And it's now the Convention for the Protection of the Marine and the Coastal Environment of the Mediterranean. We have 7 protocols. The protocol for the prevention of dumping from ships and aircraft, the dumping protocol. A protocol concerning cooperation from preventing pollution from ships, especially in cases of emergency. This is the prevention and emergency protocol. We have a protocol for protection of the Mediterranean Sea against pollution from land-based sources and activities, the so-called land-based sources protocol. A protocol concerning specially protected areas and biological diversity in the Mediterranean, the SPA Biodiversity Protocol. A protocol on the protection of the Mediterranean Sea against pollution resulting from the exploration, the exploitation of the continental shelf and the seabed and its subsoil, the offshore protocol. A protocol on the prevention of the Mediterranean, of the pollution of the Mediterranean Sea from transboundary movement of the hazardous waste, the hazardous waste protocol. And finally, the most recent one, signed in 2008, the protocol on integrated coastal zone management. So this is a robust framework with a convention and a protocol specifying specific issues related to the protection of the pollution, sustainable development of the Mediterranean. The main bodies of the institutional framework, of course, are our contracting parties, which are the 21 countries bordering the Mediterranean, as well as the European Union. And they decide on map policies, strategies, the program of work, the budget, at their ministerial level meetings that are held every 2 years. They appoint focal points to review the progress of work and ensure the implementation of recommendations at the national level. The focal points, the meeting of the contracting parties is every 2 years. This year it will be in December in Antalya, Turkey. And the focal points meeting, which acts as a PrepCom, a preparatory meeting of the COP, takes place in September of the year of the COP, so this September. The compliance committee, to which I'll refer in my presentation, provides recommendations on the implementation of the Barcelona Convention, these protocols, the contracting parties, and finally, last body is the Mediterranean Commission Sustainable Development. This is an advisory body, a unique body when it was established in 1995, and it involves representatives of the contracting parties, local authorities, NGOs, socioeconomic stakeholders, the scientific community, intergovernmental organizations, as well as experts. And it has a unique feature that both contracting parties and other stakeholders are working on an equal footing. We can move to the next slide now. And before moving in the work on compliance, we need to have an overview here of the legal instruments. You see the convention protocols and their amendments, as well as the status of ratification by the contracting parties. You see that the amendments of the dumping protocol are in gray because it's the only instrument that has not been yet entered into force. It needs one more ratification to enter into force, and this is an opportunity also to extend my an appeal to Algeria as well as to other governments for its ratifications, since I believe that it's important to have all the instruments into force, and of course the contracting party that will ratify it now will take the credit of entering it into force. We can move to the next slide now. Now, to put compliance into context, it has two main components. The first one is detection, and the second is effecting. Regarding the detection, this is knowledge about what is happening, information gathering. Effecting refers to means of enforcement in order to change behavior and achieve results, which is modifying behavior. Now, within the Barcelona Convention, how can we gather information on the status of implementation? We're speaking about detection. The answer is under Article 26 of the Barcelona Convention, which specifies that this is done through the national implementation reports submitted every 2 years by the contracting parties as a basic mandatory obligation. And on effecting, how can we modify behavior? Through the actions of the Compliance Committee, which is a body of facilitative nature that reports directly to the meeting of the contracting parties, the COP. In short, when it comes to the Compliance Committee, this adopts a persuasive approach under which information, advice, and assistance to the contracting parties are critical tools. We can move to the next slide now, which summarizes the key features of the Compliance Committee. It's functioning under the Barcelona Convention since 2008. It's dedicated to help parties to implement the Convention's protocols, and it establishes a procedure that is not adversarial, transparent, preventive, and non-binding in nature. It takes into account the specific situation of each party, paying particular attention to developing countries. Consider specific situations of actual or potential non-compliance by individual contracting parties with a view to determine the facts and causes of the situation. And it promotes compliance and addresses the causes of non-compliance by providing to parties advice and non-binding recommendations. Finally, it considers the request of the meeting of the contracting parties, general issues of compliance under the Barcelona Convention and its protocols. The idea to take away is that the Compliance Committee is a non-judicial body which has as its chief objective to facilitate and promote compliance with the Barcelona Convention and its protocols. Next slide, please. So, how does the Compliance Committee work, and how compliance action can be triggered? This can be triggered by the parties, by the Secretariat, or by the committee itself. For example, a party can trigger the mechanism as to its own actual or potential situation of non-compliance. A second way is a party trigger the process as regards the situation of compliance of another contracting party. A third way is that the Secretariat and therefore the Compliance Committee trigger the process on the basis of information submitted in national implementation reports or communications from the public subject to the meeting of a number of criteria. So, regarding the last point, the Barcelona Convention has been a pioneer among regional seas of UNEP in articulating an avenue for civil society participation in environmental treaty compliance through the process of the committee triggering the process of work following information received by civil society. We can move to the next slide now. Now, what are the measures taken by the Compliance Committee when it comes to non-compliance? These are measures which reflect the advisory and facilitative nature of the committee, and they are to give advice and, as appropriate, facilitate assistance, to invite and or assist the party concerned to draw up a plan of action, invite the party concerned to submit progress reports, or make recommendations on cases of non-compliance to the meeting of the contracting party. We can move to the next slide. And before moving to the overall findings in the Mediterranean region, it's nice to put the global context. You can see here some information from the first ever environmental rule of law report published in 2019 by UNEP, which highlights two main trends. The first one is that environmental law has blossomed since 1972 after also the Stockholm Conference on Environment. Secondly, there has been a dramatic growth of environmental institutions. The above also apply to the Mediterranean region, as we can also see from the national implementation reports submitted by the contracting parties. We can move to the next slide now. So this is an overview of the status of reporting by the 22 contracting parties in the period 2008 to 2017, since the Compliance Committee has started its work. In 2008, the first reporting format was implemented, and following its review, in 2017, a revised reporting format has been used, which is also now online. Contracting parties are now still submitting their national implementation reports for the last biennium, the biennium 2018-2019. So far, 18 contracting parties have submitted the reports to the convention or to the one of the protocols. And we can move to the next slide, please. The reporting rate for implementation is 100% so far, meaning that the contracting parties have put in place the legal and institutional framework to implement the Barcelona Convention. In more detail, this is where the Compliance Committee comes into the scene. On the basis of the national implementation reports, the Compliance Committee provides the contracting parties the meeting of the contracting parties that takes place every 2 years with key information for them to review the implementation of the Barcelona Convention, its protocols, and to take appropriate action. And this information comes in an aggregated manner. We try to see what are the main issues faced by groups of contracting parties, by most of contracting parties, to try to find the remediative measures. So, for instance, one of the key findings resulting from the current cycle, from the 2018-2019 implementation reports, and brought to the attention of COP22 that will take place in Antalya in Turkey at the end of this year, is that the promotion of the research on access to and transfer of environmental sound technologies, including clean production technologies, needs to be further reinforced. So, based on the analysis of the national implementation reports, the Compliance Committee brings to the attention of the contracting parties general compliance issues for the meeting of the contracting parties to consider. And this is particularly important when it comes to assist contracting parties in overcoming the difficulties reported in implementation, and articulating with the MAP components, the regional activity centers, which are experts in different sectors, the practical means and ways to support the contracting parties, for example, through development of technical guidance, material, online courses, etc., and provide capacity building activities. Usually the type of barriers that are referred here, for financial barriers, we interpret limited financial resources to undertake work for the drafting of necessary legal and regulatory frameworks to put into place the Barcelona Convention, or, for example, limited access to adequate funding for monitoring, for collecting, for storing data, etc. Administrative management difficulties are, for example, the fragmentation of roles and responsibilities amongst government ministries, departments and agencies, or central, regional and local authorities, which makes challenging the collection of information and data from entities. Policy and legislative issues are understood to include, for instance, the absence of adequate legal and institutional frameworks or limited staff trained in the implementation and enforcement of legislation. Finally, technical and guidance capabilities include limited scientific and technical expertise in implementation and enforcement. So all these are challenges that can be found through the national implementation force, examined by the committee, and try to find ways to assist the contracting parties in overcoming them, including through capacity building.
Ilyas, you have 1 minute to wrap up, please.
Thank you very much. We can move to the next slide, which I think I forgot to tell you. And I think we are almost there now, and we can move to the next slide, which is the final one. So, looking ahead, to continue building synergies and reinforcing capacity building activities, this is the aim, and it has three strands. First of all, ratification. Increase ratification rates of the protocols, the Barcelona Convention. The second one is reporting. Continue to give advice on streamlining reporting with the double aim. First one is to avoid duplication of reporting, because we know that our contracting parties have to report to several bodies, UN or non-UN, and also to help increase the submission rate of national reports. And finally, compliance, and continue refining the analysis of the national implementation reports based on objective criteria that the Compliance Committee has adopted on submission, completeness and implementation. And finally, to support the contracting parties in implementing the Barcelona Convention and its protocols. And with this, I came to the end of my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, very much. We appreciate the time and the effort dedicated to this presentation. I'm going to open up the floor for you guys. For time restraint, I'm going to take maximum 2 questions this time. I'm sorry, I apologize in advance. If we don't have another question, I'm going to go again with you, sir. All right. Any question? The gentleman in the back. Phil. Then, let's stick to 30 seconds per question, please. We love to hear the introduction, but let's go straight forward to the question this time.
Thank you very much. I think also the Mediterranean Sea is dirty also by what carry all the rivers in Algeria. They are the wet, which are dry in summer. I think we must sweep and clean all the rivers before winter. Thank you.
So that was a very straightforward comment. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We go to another question. Sir? Mikko.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ilyas, for your presentation. Obviously, UNEP map system is an added value for the environmental action at the regional, sub-regional, and national level. But if we analyze the last 30 years, decades, we easily can see that UNEP map system has not succeeded to push the countries in order to be in line with, to be fully in line with Barcelona Convention and the provision of the different protocols, mainly about the good environmental stages. So regarding this experience, how do you see the future? How do you see Barcelona Convention acting really and concretely as an obligation in order to push the country to be in line with the objectives of Barcelona Convention? regarding also that countries are not in the same national circumstances. I mean, in financial circumstances, capacity at the countries and the other circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, indeed. It's a difficult part to see what is happening in the ground. I think there are two points I would like to raise here. First of all, I must admit that international processes are slow. But I think the compliance committee now has passed its infant phase, and it has started going into substance. And I think this is very important because I think it can be a body that can help very much into enforcement. The compliance committee is examining now the first case of first submission, and this is a learning experience both for the secretariat and the committee. So I think that we are passing now in the next stage where we can really help the enforcement. And this comes to the second part of my answer, which is on the importance also of providing the means and tools to the contracting parties, especially the ones of the Southern Mediterranean. And that's why I mentioned that the work of the on compliance is coupled with the need for capacity building, both institutionally and also through projects on the ground. I hope this answers at least partly your question.
They perfectly did. Thank you very much, Ilyas, for your time and for answering the questions. We're going to move to our next speakers, Mr. Ronan Yuhel, who's the Executive Director and a Scientific Counselor for the European Environment Agency. Today, he's going to talk to us about the Green Pact and just transition, and going to introduce a new agenda by the EU for the Mediterranean. Mr. Ronan, you'll have the floor for 20 minutes. We're going to be sharing your screen from here. So whenever you need us to pass to the next slide, please let us know by saying next. And please do not mute the audio on your side so that you can hear our communication in case of any technical issues. You have the floor for 20 minutes. Go ahead.
Merci beaucoup et un grand
Thank you
merci à
very
vous
much.
pour cette invitation.
Thank
Il
you
me semble
for
que je vais
this
devoir parler en
invitation.
anglais parce que j'ai un retour de la traduction
It
dans
looks like I'm
mon
going to
oreillette.
speak in English because I can hear the translation in my
So very
headset.
sorry for that. I would like indeed to introduce you to a new policy agenda that has already been referred to in your debate so far. The reason why I would like to make you fully aware of this agenda is because it is something highly, highly different, non-conventional, and something which is really geared towards transformation of our political structures and interventions at the European level. And this is really a change that occurred overnight. It is not something that at the European level we saw coming. And it was really by the nomination of the new governance of the EU, the so-called European Commission, that all of a sudden a very integrative and very transformative agenda was put on the table of the European Union. And this transformative agenda is indeed addressing in full, very cohesively, the objectives of sustainable development. The key point here is to say that by revisiting from top to bottom what will be the political procedures and political processes to lead the European Union to sustainability are very much indeed embedded into a kind of, let's say, consideration that it is definitely indeed by the EU for the EU, but it is very much the EU at the global level, and it is very much the EU with its neighbors. And this is something which is absolutely critical to understand, because this is the second part of my intervention to you today, to say that once the Green Deal has been sort of articulated and fully structured and completely shaped out, then it was followed up by what it would mean for the very guidance of the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership. And then in February this year, the European Commission has suggested to the European Parliament and the European Council a new and revised partnership with the Southern Neighborhood. So this is what I would like to indeed bring to you today, and it is very much from a very practical experience perspective, because what is of high interest is to say that this new political agenda is really based on the willingness of our leaders to really transform Europe's economy and society towards a societal and very sustainable and highly inclusive community by the next years. What you have to appreciate as well is that this agenda is a political agenda for the very term of the European Commission, with an articulated agenda until 24. So we are already 1 year into the implementation of the new agenda, and this is what I would like to go through. So what it means is that without any kind of preparatory work, the political infrastructure has been completely modified to articulate one central objective, around which then all the thematic policies will be articulated to deliver in full. And this is what you have on this sort of very schematic representation of what we are talking about here when we say the Green Deal, le Pacte Vert. It is very much indeed to sort of mobilize all our capacities to define a number of policies that will be converging all together through their implementation and through their definition to a very different performance of the European community economy, and a very, very sort of sustainable resilience of our society in the future. And all of that is to respond to the many crises that everyone throughout the globe, throughout the planet, throughout the region is confronted with. To say that we have indeed a kind of combined effects of many crises, being a climate crisis, being a sanitary crisis, being a financial economic crisis, being an ecological crisis, etc. And the point about the Green Deal is to say we have to respond to them all at once. And why can we do that? Because all these crises are systemic by nature. So we have to address indeed the very drivers of our systemic crisis. And the drivers, we will find them into our different models of development. It will be the mobility transport system, it will be the energy system, it will be the food system, it will be the cities, it will be the housing system, etc. So, and the bottom line of all of it is to say all these systems interact, because they all depend on our mobilization and exploitation of resources, which very often are part of what we call the natural capital. So we need to really make our societies more socio-ecological than technical and political that we have ever been doing. So in this context, what do we have? We have a set of very new policies, which you have here. And it starts, of course, with carbon neutrality, which is nothing else but a plan to decarbonize our economies and transport and energy systems. This is coming with very explicit, normative, prescriptive objectives and this is coming with different means to realize these objectives. And these objectives, of course, will be transformed into kind of very, very profound technical measures. And all of it will be indeed completely monitored to really measure progress and implementation as we go along. But this is really something which is done in complete connection with other domains, because we cannot really act on decarbonization of the economy and transport system or energy system without looking at what it means from a kind of food productivity. So it impacts on the food system, it impacts on the health system, it impacts on the housing system. So all of it is very much indeed to make sure that we will have the means to tackle all these policies at once, and the only means will be, of course, from a budgetary and financing perspective. And this is what you have here. So what has been done in a period of 6 months at the European level is that the banking sector, the financing sector, all the experts in this very, very complex sectoral domain have been put together for a 6 months working reflection, and to say, please design a process whereby we can deliver on what we will call a new sustainable taxonomy for European financing of the Green Deal. And this taxonomy is now coming to the fore, because this taxonomy will go indeed directly at the very core of the business strategies, of the industrial strategies, which will have to respond to, for instance, a zero pollution objective. So all these financing projects have been indeed dealt with from criteria which are defining very explicitly, very technically, what are indeed the conditionalities. So around 6 objectives that will make indeed environmentally sustainable and targeting the very sectors of our economy and society where they will have to apply that. So you can see on the slide that it is indeed the entire economy which is impacted by this new conditionality and this reporting obligations. Next slide, please. So in order to do that, you cannot just do that from a top-down perspective. That's absolutely clear. And being so transformative and being so prescriptive into identifying what should be indeed the performance criteria, our political leaders have created a sort of conditions for the society itself to be completely involved. And by society, we mean indeed the different stakeholders, the local, the regional authorities, the different representatives of civil society, the economic actors, etc. And the thing is, okay, we need to create platforms where we're going to sort of exchange, when we're going to pool our resources. And you have a couple of activities, like, for instance, the European House, which is a very, very fascinating place, and using all the technologies of today from a digital perspective, where people can exchange indeed plans and new design theories when it comes, for instance, to city management and turning things to connected cities, to green cities, etc. But all of it can only happen if it is connected to a financing platform. And this financing platform being indeed completely also designed to make sure that no one will be left behind. And this is where, through the cohesion policies, the transition that we have to sort of embark on will be supported by a sort of financing mechanism additional to the taxonomy, which will go to the regions, to the cities, to the local authorities, for them to have the means. And this is a package then in terms of financing that went for a huge discussion at the European level, and to say we need to adopt at the EU level a completely, entirely new budget for that, which will be unprecedented in terms of public and private investment partnerships. but which would be at the very, very necessary sort of intensity that is required, for instance, to decarbonize our industrial sector or to decarbonize our transport sector. So the EU budget has tripled in amount, but has indeed embedded into it a particular fund for a just transition to help indeed those who might indeed be impacted by this transformation. Next slide. So all of that, which is happening right now as we speak in Europe, and you may have heard about the different new policies in place for climate change, for biodiversity, for zero pollution, for new industrialization, for new energy, and the support to renewables and different grid system, etc. All of that has been sort of captured into the offer that Europe is making to its neighbors, in particular Mediterranean countries, to say we need to go for a new partnership. And we would like to come to you, countries around the Mediterranean, with a proposal. And the proposal is to say we would like to sort of extend the Green Deal approach to our partnership. And we will come indeed with an extension of our financing capacities to help this process. So this is very much what is at the core of the new Mediterranean Partnership as proposed in February. Next slide. And this is definitely then an opportunity for all the countries, Algeria of course included, in discussion with the EU representation to sort of visit, I would say, the opportunities and really understand that sustainability is not any longer a concept, because sustainability is becoming a kind of political infrastructure from the European side, where European side is ready to sort of contribute and help and finance some of its applications at the country level around the Mediterranean. So this new agenda is also based on the new instruments that EU can offer. And that's why it is very much a collaboration that can really start and that can really achieve a number of results. Next slide, please. So all this information are very much indeed completely available, and for your committee in particular, there will be easy accessibility to sort of all the proposals and opportunities which are now on the table, and the different domains where intervention and collaborations and new projects can be envisioned. All of that is completely available through this communication, and you can see on this slide that it covers indeed the full spectrum from a societal perspective, from ecology to climate to security to governance. So with that, I would like to very much thank you all for listening to it, but really trying here to make sure that there is the necessary understanding of what the Green Deal is all about. And it's not just a concept. It is a political reality from the European side with all the instruments to implement it. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rohan. We appreciate your intervention. Any questions? We'll try to start with those who did not get to ask before. So go ahead, Mr. Bouhajouja.
Merci. Je remercie.
Thank you. I thank you because you are from the European Environmental Agency, and he is well informed about the Green Pact and the Just Transition. Which is as part of the 2040 roadmap and the policy of decarbonization in order to have a carbon plan by 2050. concerning the last information about the opportunities offered to Algeria as part of the policy support policies concerning sustainable development. Is there a website the CNES could use? Are there conditions in order to get support from the European Union, or do we need to have bilateral or multilateral agreements? I would like to have explanations about this, please.
This is indeed already happening when it comes to communicating on these opportunities offered by this new strategy. The European Commission has organized meetings at the high level to inform about what this new collaboration entails and how this new collaboration should take place. And information meetings were already run, and now bilateral discussions are being sort of taking place. And I think for the case of Algeria, there is already embedded into the new strategy a sort of pre-identification of priority areas where this collaboration should indeed take place. And this is part of the communication that is available from the website of the European Commission. But I would be pretty certain that your own Ministry of Foreign Affairs or European Affairs in Nigeria will have all the necessary documents at your disposal. And that will be certainly the case as well from the EU delegation in Algiers.
Perfect. Let's take another question. Since I don't see any other hands, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your communication, which was really very fruitful concerning the region of the Mediterranean. We know that Europe expends 700 billion euros in medicine or for non-transmissible diseases. It is related to the quality of food, as Algeria represents a big potential for the production of oligophenol, what we would call the food of well-being. The 700 billion euros expanded will create richness in the region of the Mediterranean for Algeria and for the North African countries, and also for the rest of the world, for the well-being of the rest of the world. Our agricultural potential can feed the entire world, could bring well-being and health for the entire world, and notably olive oil, dates, oranges, almonds, what we call the omega-3 rich food, which are produced in Southern Europe, knowing that 85% of the world space in the 4 seasons could be produced in Algeria. Thank you.
Indeed, it would have been a pleasure to respond to you in français, but I can't do this due to this technical issue. So three elements to complement the point you just made, which is very important. The first is that following the COVID situation, this very aspect of sanitary sort of diseases, etc., is capturing more political attention. So that's a key point, and it is a transboundary issue, absolutely, and it is also part of trade policies, absolutely. And it is part of collaboration policies, etc. So to this effect, second point, there is a regulation at the EU level which is framing what should be indeed the kind of policies to put in place to protect cross-border, to protect from cross-border diseases. This regulation is being subject to a complete review due to the knowledge we have accumulated from the COVID-19 pandemic. So a new regulation will be discussed, and I think it will be of high relevance that this new regulation, you can indeed see what it really embeds. So pay attention to that, and I can guide you to some very interesting websites to this effect. And the third and final point is that this is indeed largely connected to the food system. And there again, because of the kind of safety dimension, because of the security, because of the sanitary dimensions of all of it, Europe has engaged into a new regulation, a new framework regulation when it comes to defining what should be indeed the suite of processes for food production and processing, and then leading to sort of different consumption behaviors from the end user. So what is very interesting in what you said is that the points are indeed high on the political agenda, and new framework regulations are being designed exactly to this effect in Europe.
Thank you very much. I have one last question on my side, if you don't mind, and then we move to the next phase. During your presentation, you've touched on a little bit on the challenges facing the implementation of deals like the Green Deal, and one of them is the financing part. My understanding is up to this point, we still have financial consortiums that are purely rooted in development, whether via local or multilateral development deals. When are we going to open or switch from pure development to sort of investment and open up the floor not only to state members, but to the private sector to participate via programs that has social and environmental responsibility elements?
Yep. Very true. I think it's important to realize that from a normative approach that we had in the past, which was called corporate social reporting, which was trying indeed to sort of put on private business, private companies, some obligations towards indeed reporting on their environmental performance, on their social performance. This normative approach of corporate social responsibility was more kind of a very voluntary basis, and something which was really giving rise to some greenwashing in terms of communication. So that's the reason why at the global level, international level, through the OECD in particular, but now very much at the EU level, part of the Green Deal, there is the complete reformulation of what should be indeed the responsibilities of the private sector when it comes to informing about their performance. And this is called governance, environment, and social norm. So this new norm is extremely constraintful. It's not at all voluntary anymore, and it is really providing a scheme which is very articulated, very cohesive, which is really joining up the efforts not only by the management of the different entities, but really with the participation of their employees. And all of that is really turning to a kind of competitive sustainability, which is the terminology which has been used by the European Union to inform and provide guidelines which are very precise on what should be those obligations. And those obligations are very much related to the taxonomy for financing, which I have been sketching very briefly to you. And this is based on the principle, which is to say, do not harm. Do not harm. So things are coming into place, and I must say that the response by the business sector, at least in Europe, but also at the global level, is very impressive. I think there is a commitment there to be engaged.
Thank you very much for the detailed answer, and thank you very much for the intervention and the presentation and your participation in this seminar. Now we move to our last, but certainly not least, speaker. We've managed to get in touch finally with Professor Michel Prieur, who's a professor at Limoges University and who's also currently the president of the International Center of Environmental Comparative Law. Today, he's gonna give us his view on the outlook of the progress and evolution of international and regional environmental law. Sir, you have the floor for 20 minutes. And I understand there are no slides involved, so it's gonna be a direct speech. So go ahead, you have 20 minutes. Professor Prieur.
Professor Prieur.
Hello, Professor.
Professor, do you hear us?
It looks like we lost him again, and I guess we'll have to improvise. We apologize for the many technical issues that we faced today. If we are not getting Professor Prieur, we're gonna have to have the lunch break right now, and then try to get in touch with him for the next session for after lunch. So yeah, let's call it half a day and move to have lunch right now, and we're gonna come back in a maximum half an hour. We're gonna be collecting you guys and to continue with the next or the second session of this afternoon, where we're gonna have other interesting topics and interesting presentation for you guys. So enjoy your lunch, and we're gonna see you in the second sessions for this afternoon. Thank you very much, and yeah, please come back in the afternoon. Thanks.